The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on into a Wednesday night hump day edition of BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle, and we're brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You could watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app. I almost said the Odyssey app. The Odyssey app. Sirius XM Channel 375 and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. English can be hard sometimes. We're with you every Monday through Friday, 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern. Our talk and text line to join the show is 310-840-4910. You can call or simply just text your thoughts on the show or any of the topics we dive into, 310-840-4910. And if you text in your question, let us know who you are and where you're from so we can get you featured on the show. Well, the electric postseason continues tonight in the NBA. 3 playoff games, 2 elimination games. The Pistons season is on the line. The Rockets season is on the line. On the ice, you've got 3 playoff games, 1 elimination game. Can the Flyers finally finish off the Penguins? Canadians Lightning, Mammoth Golden Knights. Those series have been awesome. We got a day full of matinee baseball and a couple of night games coming up. We're going to go streaking in a little bit. And yes, Monty, who's in San Diego on vacation, the perfection finally ended last night. But, Brad, I want to start with a little football here because according to Mary Kay Cabot, who is Browns beat writer for Cleveland.com, we're going to have Mary Kay on the show, 9 p.m. Eastern. Cannot wait to chat with her. But, had the Browns veteran voluntary minicamp take place here just a week ago. And after that voluntary minicamp, Mary Kay Cabot is reporting that, Todd Monken is kind of hinting, the new Browns head coach, that Deshaun Watson has emerged with an edge over Shedeur Sanders, and he has an inside track to be named QB1. Mary Kay adds, quote, I think they should declare him QB1 ASAP and let the first team offense start to cook. There's no time to waste. I disagree. I think the Browns and Todd Monken would be wasting their time with Deshaun Watson as their starting quarterback. I think everything that we've seen from him over the past 3-4 years, and there's a lot we haven't seen because he's off back-to-back torn Achilles, he's done. I think Shedeur Sanders should be QB1 after his play from last year. He wasn't great, but he was a rookie. He didn't have a lot of help. You got a new head coach. Like, what are you wasting your time with Deshaun Watson? I know it's the end of April, Brad, and I know so much could change, but if that's the Browns' plan to start the season, Deshaun Watson's going to be your starting quarterback, you might as well book him for a top 5 draft pick again next year because they're going to be terrible because at this point, he's terrible.
Yeah, that's entirely a fair perspective. Last time we saw him for even a fair chunk of the NFL regular season, to go way back to 2024, in which he played 7 games that year. And he finished well outside the top 30 in a multitude of completion percentage categories. We're talking about deep ball completion percentage. We're talking about overall adjusted completion percentage, under pressure completion percentage. He was not bueno, mi amigos. Although he was decent inside the red zone, completed 61.1% of his red zone passing attempts. But, one of the main calling cards is Deshaun Watson and his mobility, right? His ability to read, react, and get some of those opportunistic scrambles and chew up some yardage on the ground and move the chains as a result. But you're coming off 2 blown Achilles. Is he going to be out there with a peg leg? How much movement does he really have at this point in his career? And he has regressed sharply in terms of his overall accuracy, a far cry from the player that he once was with the Houston Texans. And, you look at Mike Clay at ESPN, as a friend of mine, an esteemed fantasy football analyst. He does a lot of projections. And right now, this is a projection he has for Deshaun Watson this season. On 288 pass attempts, he has him for just shy of 2,000 passing yards, 8 touchdowns, 8 interceptions, running for 150 yards and 1 rushing touchdown. That stinks to high heaven. It really does. I'm in agreement with him. I think Shedeur Sanders should be the guy under center. And I've been highly critical of Shedeur Sanders in the past, but he proved me wrong last year. Greatly exceeded my expectations. Though he is still rough around the edges. But Watson ain't got nothing left in the tank. I know the motivation for Cleveland and why they're justifying possibly going to Deshaun Watson to start the season because they're paying him Brewster's millions. They're on the hook with one of the worst contracts ever penned in NFL history. So they got to say to themselves, well, we're paying the guy gobs of money. We got to make sure we get something out of it and see if he's got anything left in the tank. But right now, he's a shell of his former self. I understand they have made a lot of investments in that offense with Casey Concepcion and Denzel Boston to go along with Jerry Jeudy, to go along with Cedric Tillman. I love Harold Fannin, a do-it-all tight end, kind of a joker-type guy. Can beat you underneath routes, beat you outside the numbers, occasionally even lines up. In the backfield, they put him in motion. Very creative with his overall involvement in that offense. But Deshaun Watson is nothing but dust at this point in his career. And I think Monken and the coaching staff will soon come to realize it. Hell, Pat, I'm in a super flex league for fantasy football. That's a 2-quarterback setup. I wouldn't even pay a lousy dollar in my auction draft to roster Deshaun Watson. That's how bad of an upcoming season I think he's going to have.
Yeah, I agree. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. Do you think Deshaun Watson can prove that he's still got something left, that he can maybe extract even a fraction of his prime playing days with the Houston Texans from 2019 and 2020? Or do you agree with me and Brad? Do you think that Shedeur Sanders in year 2 has more promise, has more potential, has more talent, has more consistency and durability than Deshaun Watson? Because it's one thing if you think Deshaun Watson is still more talented. But again, all of a sudden, you look up and Deshaun Watson is 30 years old. He's going to be 31 right when the season begins. And he's coming off, like you said, back-to-back Achilles tears. Now, I know that now, with modern medicine, we've seen what Jason Tatum has done. We've seen Kirk Cousins come back off the torn Achilles and look somewhat okay. Not great, but he's also a couple of years older. Look, Deshaun Watson is like you mentioned it, the contract that they gave him, $230 million fully guaranteed. And what Jimmy Haslam said about a year ago about Deshaun Watson, where it's like the same way that Brandon Beane and the Bills spoke about Keon Coleman, speaking about him as if he's like not on the team anymore, as if they're going to get rid of him. And now all of a sudden, a couple months later, they're like, oh no, Keon Coleman's got a great chance to be a great receiver for this team. Jimmy has him basically talking. He's like, yeah, that was just a massive mistake. You could put that all on me, signing Deshaun Watson, trading for him and paying him the contract. And now he's going to be the starting quarterback here a year later. And Jimmy has him talking about, oh yeah, he's coming in fresh. He's got a great mind. Like, what happened here? Did him actually tearing his Achilles, is that the best thing for him because we didn't get to watch him stink up the joint in 2025? That all of a sudden, like, we flash back, we have amnesia, we go back 5 years, and we're like, oh yeah, that's actually possible that this guy could still play like how he used to with the Houston Texans. Absolutely not. And you already paid him the money. He's already fully guaranteed it. So what, like, it's not like you have to play him. You're going to pay him no matter what. So they've got void years in his contract after this. This is the make or break season for him, but it's going to be a break. You and I are both in the agreement here because he just doesn't have it anymore. And at this point, Cleveland would be better off investing their resources and their time and the starting reps to Shedeur Sanders to see just how good he can be. And if they get him in the 5th round last year after he historically slid in the draft, maybe you're not going to be the next Tom Brady, but maybe he could be the next, late round draft pick. He could be the next Brock Purdy, right? I mean, that's the goal, is to get to a freaking Super Bowl. And I promise you this much, Brad, the Browns, they're not particularly close, in my opinion, with either of these guys. but they are closer with Shedeur Sanders than they are to Deshaun Watson. The good thing is we're not going to have to wait long to get an answer because Todd Monken reportedly wants to name a starter by the end of their mandatory minicamp in the second week of June.
Yeah, and I think it's an inevitability at this point based on Mary Kay Cabot's fantastic reporting. One of the best beat writers in the biz is Mary Kay. And I'm envious that you're going to be able to talk to her a little bit later on in the program. She's spot on. And with her reporting that I think inevitably they are going to make the decision here in short order that Watson is going to be the guy. Honestly, I kind of agree with making a decision sooner rather than later and not Richard around. Let your mind wander where I'm trying to go with there. And making a choice and really drag this thing all the way into training camp. I got to set a pecking order now, establish a precedent, and just ride with it until the wheels come flying off. The way I look at Deshaun Watson is this, and Pat, I don't know what kind of griller you are. I don't know what kind of, if you maybe have a blacktop grill, maybe you're a guy that does like a gas grill. I'm an old school charcoal guy. I got a Weber, that egg-shaped classic black Weber right now in my backyard. So let's use an analogy with grilling top of mind. It's almost the summer season. You get the fires started. The coals are nice and white. You got the burger ready. You throw the patties on. It's wonderfully formed. And you have a beer. And you have another beer. And maybe you slam a third beer and you're losing track of time. You open that sucker up, and oh boy, it's a hockey puck. It's a wee bit overcooked. That's exactly what Deshaun Watson is. He is completely cooked at this point in his career, and I think he's going to be lucky to even start like maybe 3 games this season. So let me toss it back to you, Pat, and I'm going to set an over-under. Deshaun Watson, 4.5 games started this upcoming season for the Brownies. What say you? You know where I stand. I'm taking the under.
Yeah, by the way, tremendous analogy. And I have a Weber, but it's your classic, square hood, liquid propane gas grill. Nothing crazy about it. Nothing fancy. I'm not this expert griller, Bobby Flay with the egg and it's like a slow roast, smoke my meats. I don't have like a charcoal oven. I just got your standard grill. I throw the ribs, I throw the chicken, I throw the steaks on there, the burgers, and a little veggies. Roast some peppers on the top rung, a couple of hot dogs. How you doing? Have a day. Tremendous analogy by you. Over under 4.5 games started by Deshaun Watson. Oof. Look, 4 games would be a quick hook. He'd have to be really bad, or he'd have to get hurt again. And I guess if you think he gets hurt again, you can play your. Yeah, it is on the table because, again, it's not just the torn Achilles, but remember his last season ended with the shoulder surgery as well, with the shoulder injury. So, and he wasn't very good before he got hurt. So, yeah, he definitely could get hurt again in the first 4 games. If he just flat out stinks to the high heavens, could they ditch him in the first 4 games? I guess it's possible. I think it's more likely they give him about 6 games. And we'll find out. We've got the NFL schedule release coming in about 2 weeks. We'll have a big announcement coming up on that in the next few days here. But I'll go over, but not by much because I don't think he's going to be good. And I think the Browns will be looking for another answer, and they're going to turn it to Shedeur Sanders. And part 2, here you go, kid. Let's see what you got this time, this go-around, with a new head coach, new play caller, and Todd Monken. And you got Casey Concepcion and Denzel Boston, who you mentioned. You got the great Harold Fannin and Quinshon Judkins, who had a great rookie season. I think if you've improved the weapons for these quarterbacks, I trust Shedeur Sanders that he is more capable of running with it and doing something with it than Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, and I agree with you. And again, I've been highly critical of Shedeur Sanders. I thought he was a bit of a punchline getting drafted even in the 5th round a couple of seasons ago. And I'm like, man, this guy is going to be an absolute disaster. And he kind of was at first, but he improved significantly and really progressed quite quickly and was somewhat suitable. I'm not saying he was an all-pro by any stretch of the imagination or Pro Bowl selection, any of that nonsense. He was just a guy that kind of got the job
done. I don't know how.
I know he was an absolute punchline, by the way, that he was a Pro Bowl selection. That's why the Pro Bowl is one of the most idiotic all-star, events in all of pro sports. But I digress. The other key factor in the success of this Cleveland Browns offense, Pat, is the health of Quinshon Judkins. coming off that gruesome lower body injury. Is he going to be able to come back and have an excellent training camp, not skip a beat, and a guy that can deliver instantaneously beginning week one? Your backup running back there is Dylan Sampson, more of a change of pace option. Again, I like the investments they have made in this offense. I think the Cleveland Browns absolutely crushed it in this year's NFL draft. We talked about it last night. A team deserving of a high grade because they, fulfilled a lot of areas of need. Now we have to see if these guys can go out there and perform. They are in a ripe situation, maybe the best offensive situation we've seen with this franchise in a number of years. But that key position, quarterback, is just a giant, glaring question mark. I think Todd Monken is going to have a come to Jesus moment quickly. That's why I like the under 4.5 starts by week 5, week 6. I think it's going to be Shedeur Sanders or Dylan Gabriel rest of season.
Yeah, 310-840-4910. Again, who do you think the Browns starting quarterback should be heading into the season? According to Mary Kay Cabot, who we're going to talk to later on in the show, it's looking like it's Deshaun Watson. And, here's the other thing, Brad. It is so easy to look like you've still got it when you're not even in pads and it's April and May and you're going through the earliest stages of the playbook. Yeah. It is a whole other thing to put the pads on, to be in the pocket, under pressure, to have the speed and the quickness to get rid of it when you haven't seen game action in a year and a half, basically 2 years by the time we start this season. And now you're 31. The last time you played, you were like 28, 29, and you throw in double Achilles tear where he tore it again, recovering from it. Along with everything else that happened, all the sexual assault, cases that definitely played an impact on his mentals. Again, you mentioned Shedeur and how much of a punchline he became. And, in a lot of the press conferences where, it might have been over dramatized, but, some of the things he said absolutely didn't help his case during the season when he was just looking to get some chances, looking to get an opportunity to play. And, and then you have in training camp and in the preseason, some comments from him about Dylan Gabriel getting misconstrued and overplayed. But look, when he got on the field, the first couple games were terrible. Then he kind of, he was able to tread water enough to keep his head above water and play some decent football. Again, not good, not great. The weapons around him were terrible. The Browns season was lost. So I think, again, there's a lot of people that would love to see Shedeur Sanders fail. There's a lot of people that would love to see Shedeur Sanders crush it. And I think there's probably a same amount of polarization with Deshaun Watson. I would say much more people want to see Deshaun Watson fail. I'm in that boat. I'm not going to lie about it.
Me too.
And so I root for Shedeur Sanders for that reason, but I also root for the reason because I think you've got a kid that's, a decade younger and proved in his rookie season that he can stay afloat. I think he's going to be the better option for Browns at quarterback this year. 310-840-4910 is the number to join the show. You're listening to BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans. We're sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. All right, we'll take your phone calls, we'll take your texts, and we'll take your tweets. You can tweet the show at BetMGM Tonight. When we come back, what do you think is the better option for Browns at quarterback, Deshaun Watson or Shedeur Sanders? We'll take those, and when we return as well, we'll get into the NBA playoff games from last night, and then we'll get ready for the ones tonight as well. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Never mind. Hold that. That was on me.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. I know Brad is locked into his Cubbies right now. They're trying to hold on to beat the Padres 5-3 in the top of the eighth in San Diego. That's the last matinee game that is waiting to finish up. And then we only got 4 evening games tonight. So we're going to do our segment, Let's Go Streaking, coming up next. Limited sample size to pick from. And look, now Combs is the owner of the longest streak after Monty's perfect start went down after 14 consecutive correct picks. Brad, you were looking to push it to double digits. Moises Ballesteros didn't get you, but Cubbies right now in front, and our buddy Monty, our video producer, speaking of which, he's at the game right now because he's on a little siesta in San Diego.
Yeah, and I hope he's like 6 beers in and maybe roughly 3 hot dogs. The guy's a long drink. He still felt at his advanced age. I'm very envious of his body shape, but Monty's having a grand old time. Petco Park, absolutely stunning. Beautiful place. If you've never been, put it on your list. I've been to a couple of games there back in the day. I got SoCal in my blood because I was born in Camarillo, California, which is outside of Los Angeles. So every time I go to Cali, I never want to leave. So, again, hat tip to Monty. Enjoy the vacacion, mi amigo.
That is where you were born, by the way, because I always wondered. My girlfriend asked me that, by the way, the other day, Brad. She's like, where's Brad from? And I was like, honestly, I don't know. I know he's lived in Phoenix. I know he lives in Champaign. I thought maybe you were from the Midwest. So you're from California? What's the city called?
Camarillo, so it's a suburb outside of Los Angeles. My father was in the Air Force. He was a lieutenant colonel for nearly 30 years, actually buried in Arlington National Cemetery. There's a long story about that we could share some other time. So I moved around quite a bit, lived in Monterey, which is a Bay Area, San Antonio, Texas, until the 6th grade, then moved to Champaign, Illinois, where really I had my formative years, and I met my wife, went to U of I, lived in Phoenix, lived in Denver for 7 years, absolutely love Colorado, and now for whatever godforsaken reason, I'm back in the Central ILL, and probably got to get out soon.
Gotcha. By the way, so San Diego is phenomenal. Donut bar and bakery, one of the greatest donuts I've ever had. Went there with my old roommates, my 2 best friends, a couple of years ago. We went out to see a soccer game, which, funny story, they're Man United fans, and they were playing Wrexham, who's Rob Mack from Always Sunny, and Ryan Reynolds' team. And it was like a big promotion, and they were all excited to see their favorite players from Man United. And it turns out, like, unannounced until like the day before, Manchester United was like, yeah, we're going to play like the academy kids. Like, we're going to play the kids that nobody knows, nobody's like heard of, unless you're like the most diehard of fans. So we literally planned a trip to San Diego mostly for that game, and then also to, take a little vacation for a couple days and see San Diego.
Heck yeah.
And they literally didn't even get to see their favorite players. So I thought that was funny. But the food in San Diego is phenomenal. Phenomenal, man.
Definitely.
Okay.
Definitely. And if you ever get a chance, Pat, if you ever get a chance, go to the zoo. San Diego, a famous World Zoo. I saw pandas there, and I think the pandas are still there. They may not be there, but I absolutely loved it. But insider information, if you're going to go with your kids, be prepared to walk up a lot of hills. I think I shed roughly 10 pounds moving around that zoo that day, pushing my 2 kids in their stroller up what seemed like Everest-sized mountains. It was just bananas.
Yeah, we went to the zoo too, and it is a tough terrain for sure. I don't remember if we saw pandas, but we saw gorillas. That was awesome.
Cool.
And they were lounging. One was like it looked like me on a Saturday morning playing with his belly button, like eating a banana and like looked hungover. I was like, this guy's living life right now, man. This guy's living the life. God. And I think we saw the beginning of some sexual time, some sexy time. Before they really got down and dirty. We were there for like 10, 15 minutes. I was like, I think those two are about to get it on. And then they kind of were tough to watch. And I was like, this doesn't feel right watching it anyway. I think it's time to go. And then, we actually we took the big, what's it called? When you go skiing and you got to take the lift back, the ski lift. They have those at plenty of zoos. Forgetting I can't remember the life of me what the hell it's called. I want to say trolley, but that ain't it. Anyway, we took that back, trolley. And that's sky trolley. Yeah, and that's a great view. You get a whole the entire view of the zoo. Got a bucket hat from there that I still wear and probably look like a douche when I wear it, but that's fine. It's an awesome hat, shades the sun, so my pasty Irish skin doesn't get burnt. I had a great time at the zoo. Great time. San Diego, great city. Okay. Let's get back to the sports. 310-840-4910 is the number to join. Let's talk a little NBA playoffs here. We'll preview the games coming up tonight at the top of the hour. But Brad, last night, San Antonio, the Spurs, they indeed finish off the Blazers in dominant fashion, 114-95. The Spurs join the reigning champion Oklahoma City Thunder as the two teams that have now booked their spot in the second round of the playoffs. And they do it behind another just masterful, dominant performance from Victor Wembanyama. Only scored 17 points. He only took 7 shots, but 14 rebounds and another 6 blocks after he had 7 blocks in the game before. And some of those were just downright disrespectful. He swatted. I forget if it was Denny Avdia's shot or if it was somebody else. He swatted it. I think it was Avdia. He swatted it over the backboard and into like the 9th row of the crowd. He's freaking unbelievable, man. And I know I've had my doubts about Wemby and his ability to hold up physically in a long playoff series. And look, I never expected he was going to get a freaking concussion the way he did. But the Spurs look great. They look awesome. And I know that you and Combs are very high on San Antonio, so I think I'm asking a rhetorical question here, but are you as high on San Antonio to get to the finals as you were? Are you even higher, or do you have some maybe reservations about them now?
It's about the same, honestly. Look, I wasn't like 100% as bullish as Combsy was on San Antonio because I believe he is already anointing them as the NBA champs. But yeah, I said they're very much in the conversation. So I was like a half a step below him. Well, look, again, I got David Robinson, for those of you watching on the YouTube stream, over my left shoulder. And he's telling me, yes, talk up my San Antonio Spurs. I'm the Admiral, damn it. One of my all-time favorite players, him and Sean Elliott, the early version of Dennis Rodman, post-Detroit Pistons. I love those old San Antonio teams. And this one is just incredible as well. And they're playing phenomenal basketball. They're number 2 right now among all NBA playoff teams in overall net efficiency. We know they're a dominant defensive team, largely because of Wemby in the interior. 13 total blocks. I mentioned the 6 last night, but 13 total blocks last 2 games. The guy just beat you in myriad ways. Breaking it down off the dribble, swatting shots, deep into the stands, knocking down the occasional triple, and, of course, squeezing the orange repeatedly with a lot of double-digit rebounding efforts on the 14 boards last night. The guy is just a freak, a phenomenal freak in that right. And, look at the overall balance. The entire starting five last night finished in double figures. Champagne had a heck of a game with 19 points. De'Aaron Fox had 21 and 9 assists. Vassell was somewhat quiet, only 4 of 11 from the floor, but still finished with 10 points. Stephon Castle, not to be outdone, with 15 points, 5 assists, and 3 rebounds. And the bench was highly active as well, as San Antonio was largely in control from beginning to end. So, yeah, man, I mean, again, I think OKC is going to represent the West in the NBA Finals, but there is a team, if there is one, that could bounce OKC and prevent them from going to back-to-back NBA championships. It's the Spurs, baby. San Antonio, the Riverwalk, place I know. I loved it as a kid. The tacos are phenomenal in that town. And the celebration could be on in short order, so it's entirely on the table. They make it to the NBA Finals, though. Again, personally, I still feel it's going to be OKC.
I do too, and I think the team that can push Oklahoma City the furthest is the Denver Nuggets, which is why I'm rooting for the 1-3 comeback for Denver. They took care of business the other night in Game 5. They play tomorrow, Game 6 in Minnesota. Anthony Edwards out for the rest of the series, and maybe another couple of weeks after that. He might not even play in a second-round series, and we know Dante DiVincenzo tore his Achilles. He's done for maybe all of next year as well. So if you're rooting for the Spurs, if you think the Spurs can get to the finals, you want them to play Minnesota. You want them to play the T-Wolves, where they're not only going to be missing one of their key starters in DiVincenzo, but Anthony Edwards might not play in that series at all with the hyperextended knee and a bone bruise. Like, if you're a Spurs fan, you're rooting for Minnesota to win because you get to play them banged up and not nearly close to 100%. And as somebody that picked the Nuggets to get to the conference finals against OKC, I hope the Nuggets win just from a neutral standpoint because that would be the better second-round matchup. I think San Antonio would probably get a big gift if the T-Wolves win this series against Denver because they'll likely play most of that second round not having to face Ant-Man, and then they probably would get to the conference finals to play the Oklahoma City Thunder. And I think if they play the Denver Nuggets in the second round, Denver would actually beat them. So interesting.
Wow.
Now, if you're a Spurs fan, you're almost certainly rooting for Minnesota to get the job done in that series. Brad, finally, can we talk about what Jalen Brunson did last night to the Atlanta Hawks?
Oh, yeah, please. Keep your pants on, though. Keep your pants on. Family show.
I will try. But my goodness, was Jalen Brunson unbelievable. Freaking electric. 39 points, 8 assists, 15 of 23 from the field, and a plus 23 in the box score as the Knicks pulverized the Hawks 126-97. And look, I went into that game and I said, look, Brunson's been killing the Knicks. And I expect him to bounce back, but I also wanted Karl Anthony Towns to take over and take the most shots in that game last night. And Cat had 12 points with 9 minutes to go in the second quarter. He finished with 16. He only took 7 shots. Kind of annoying, but he had 14 rebounds and 2 blocks and 2 steals. But when Brunson's playing that way last night, you realize why the Knicks can get to the finals, why the Knicks can win the East, why the Knicks can win the Celtics. Because when Jalen Brunson plays his A game, he's a top 10 player in the NBA. And the roster that the Knicks have around him, there are great defenders with OG Anunoby and Mikal Bridges, and they have plenty of depth off the bench that the Knicks can absolutely get to the finals and, dare I say it, make a push for the championship here, even if they have to play the Oklahoma City Thunder. Brunson was far from his best in Game 3 and Game 4. Or Game 2 and Game 3, the games that the Knicks blew in the final minutes, and he was downright terrible in the final possession in the final minute or two. But when he plays the way he played last night, he is nearly unguardable. He's nearly untouchable. There's nothing you can do to stop him unless you foul him. And when he gets to the free throw line, he's going to get his free throws. So Brunson was amazing. I still think Karl Anthony Towns is the key to getting the Knicks to the conference finals and to the finals. But last night was just it was an absolute joy. It was an all-time moment in a collection of moments that Jalen Brunson is now building here in his 4 years with the New York Knicks.
It really was a collective drubbing by your beloved New York Knicks as well. When you have a 21, again, let me say that, blackjack, folks, 21 rebound advantage, plus 15 free throws made advantage. It's game, set, match. Period, end of story. I mean, they just beat them across the board, on the boards, at the charity stripe, just outshot them completely. The Knicks dominated, man. And I told you this. I know you're always a nervous Nelly. We always are with our teams that we know and thoroughly love. It's hard to really kind of check those emotions, and you always think about some of the downsides, and doubt creeps in. But as I told you on the show last night, have supreme confidence. You're going to be fine. Exhale, mi amigo, because the Knicks are going to arrive. They were far and away the better team in terms of net efficiency numbers. And being the numbers nerd that I am, I like to stick to the advanced stats. I usually tell a pretty damn compelling and fortuitous story, and it certainly shaped up and shaked out that way last night for the New York Knicks. They're going to close this thing out. They're moving on to the next round. Again, relax. Your Knicks, they're going to take care of business against the ATL, and they're going to be right there in the bitter end in the Eastern Conference Finals, maybe even make it to the NBA Finals, where they may get their heads handed to them by OKC.
Yeah, look, and yeah, Knicks fans chanting last night at the Garden, "We want Boston." Let's finish the freaking series off first against Atlanta, please, because the thing I worry about with the Knicks, just, you see the Celtics, they got to finish the series off with Philly, by the way. Just another brutal clunker
bingo.
where the Celtics, they don't hit their threes, and now they're going to get beat. They shoot less than 30% from deep. Basically, it's a guaranteed loss for Boston. That's their biggest pockmark, is they don't have a plan B when they don't hit their threes. But the biggest pockmark for the Knicks, not only this postseason already, but in years past, has been holding on to leads and not choking it away in the fourth quarter. They've done it twice so far in this series. Boston has had 2 terrible three-point shooting performances so far in their series. So it'll be interesting to see what gives if we do indeed get Knicks Celtics second round, which everybody's dying for, everybody's clamoring for. And yes, Brad, I think we are going to get it, because I think Boston not only finishes off Philly, they go on the road and shoot the ball better and win that one. I do think my Knicks will go to Atlanta and finish that series off as well tomorrow. 310-840-4910 is the number to join the show. When we come back, we'll go streaking. Monty's perfect streak is over. He's on vacation. Brandon Combs, the producer, now owns the longest streak at 5, but it's a chance to go around the horn, pick a player in Major League Baseball tonight to get a hit, and see if everybody on the crew can nail it. That's coming up next. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Live scores, sharp options. No waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. BetMGM players will receive an Any Sport Parlay Boost token. To use the Parlay Boost token, add a parlay wager made up of any sport wagers to your bet slip and activate the token. If you win your wager that was made with that token, you will receive extra winnings. We are about to give you 4 players we believe will successfully get a hit in their games tonight. We were perfect in 3 of our contests last week with an overall record of 22-3 on our picks last week. And then we went perfect again on Monday. Yesterday, 2 out of 4. The great Michael Montgomery, our video producer, Monty, had his 14-game perfect streak to start this segment. Had it snapped. He's on vacay, so we got Zach Kroll filling in. But we're going to give you 4 players again tonight. Fade or follow, that is up to you, Brad, as you always love to say. So here we go. Let's go streaking.
We won a game yesterday. We win one today, that's 2 in a row. We win one tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. It has happened before.
We're going streaking! Yeah! All right, everybody around the crew will just pick one batter tonight that they think will correctly get a hit, or one player that they think will get a hit, and we'll see. Here's our records going into tonight because it's been pretty damn good. Yours truly, 12 for 15. I got 2 correct in a row, going for 3 straight. Had Bo Bichette last night. He hit a home run. Brandon Combs is 11 for 15. He's got the longest streak now at 5 in a row. He took Juan Soto. He went deep. Brad, you were 8 for 9, and you had 8 in a row until Moises Ballesteros went over, wore the collar, and as we mentioned, our great video producer, Monty, was on vacay, and it was planned. It's not like he lost this and then decided to take a vacation, but it's just ironic timing. The man started off 14 for 14 before Max Muncy couldn't get a hit last night. So, for tonight, only 4 games, by the way. A lot of matinee baseball, so that makes it tougher for us. But I'm going to start us off here. I'm going to go Corbin Carroll of the Arizona Diamondbacks. They're in Milwaukee to take on the Brewers tonight, 7:40 p.m. Eastern. You got Brandon Sproat, the young righty, on the mound. He's got a 6.45 ERA this season. He's given up more than a hit per inning. They've never faced Sproat. You know, he came over from that trade in the offseason with the Mets for Freddie Peralta. Corbin Carroll hitting .278 on the season. Ironically enough, Brad, as a lefty, he struggled to hit righties. He's hitting just $179, but, you know, again, I used Monty's site, batters-box.com. He's got an elite rating because his hard hit percentage against righties going back over the last year is so damn high. And Corbin Carroll, only 1 hit in his last 4 games. So I'll spin this way. I think he's due. I think Corbin Carroll gets a knock tonight. That's who I'm rolling with. Brad, who you going with?
Carroll was on my short list, but I'm going to go with another slithering snake and a guy who is white stinking hot right now, the dish, and it's Eldemaro Vargas of the Arizona Diamondbacks, a reigning NL Rookie of the Week. He has gotten a hit in 21 straight games. A guy's batting .342 with the road. A guy that's batting .345 against right-handed pitchers so far this season. He is going to be the GOAT against Brandon Sproat, as you just outlined, who's got a 6.45 ERA. A guy's given up a 45.2% hard hit rate. That's disgusting. And not only that, but lefties that teed off against them. They're batting .316 with over 1,000 OPS. And Vargas is a switch hitter. Probably going to be in the leadoff spot tonight. Eldemaro Vargas gets a hit, and we start a brand new streak. Thank you, Moises Ballesteros.
Yeah, look, I mean, maybe you just ride Eldemaro Vargas until his hit streak ends. 24 games in a row dating back to last year, 21 straight games this year. That's now tied with Tony Womack for the 3rd longest in franchise history. And it trails only Paul Goldschmidt's 26-game hit streak from just over a decade ago and Luis Gonzalez's franchise record 30-game hitting streak in 1999. So, yeah, Ildemaro Vargas, maybe just ride him till the wheels fall off, Brad. I like the strategy there, going with the guy that's got the longest streak in baseball right now. All right, producer Brandon Combs, you've got the longest streak out of anybody on the crew right now. 5 in a row, trying to make it 6. Who you going with tonight?
I am going to go with one of the best ball players in the game right now, Bobby Witt Jr. Kansas City facing no more Oakland A's, the homeless A's. And he's got a 240 lifetime average, but with that 240 lifetime average out of 24 games against the A's, he's only not had a hit in 6 of those 24 career games. So I will take Bobby Witt Jr. to get on base tonight.
Okay. Well, not just to get on base, to get a hit.
Well, to get a hit.
Yeah.
Get a hit.
Yeah.
Let's go streaking. This ain't let's go walking.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Filling in for Monty tonight is Zach Kroll. Zach, you ready to rock? Who you rocking with here in your first, in your debut appearance of Let's Go Streaking?
Yeah, Pat. I'm going with I have it ready. I'm going with Carson Bench, New York Mets. He's hitting 368 with a double, a homer, 4 runs scored, 3 RBIs in his last 7 games. He's starting to get comfortable. Give me Carson Bench minus 125 to get a hit.
Okay. All right, going with the rookie. The rookie,
Like
Carson Bench, who's hitting 7th tonight in right field. That average still under 200, but as Zach said, he's been hot. And Brad, since this has already happened in 4 of the last 7 times we've done it, in case the folks listening would like to put $5 or $10 or however many bucks you want to put on this at our friends at BetMGM, you parlay these together: Corbin Carroll, Ildemaro Vargas, Bobby Witt Jr., and Carson Bench, all 4 to get a hit. What are the odds at our friends at BetMGM?
You get a cool plus 417 L's to the S. As we always say, fade or follow, that is up to you.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. It's tough to fade 4 guys to get a hit. You could certainly follow. You could just not follow it. I mean, I guess that would technically be a fade, but it's been pretty damn good. So let's see if we can keep it rolling. We'll take a short break. Phone number to join, 310-840-4910. When we come back, we're going to preview the 3 NBA playoff games tonight. Do you get a backs against the wall blowout from the Pistons, or do they feel the pressure with their season on the line and no Kevin Durant again? Are the Rockets actually better off? This is BetMGM tonight right here on Westwood One Sports.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And we're brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 2 kicks off right now here on this hump day. Hump. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight. Hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. You can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM, Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Phone number to join, 310-840-4910. Fun, fast first hour where we debated who the Browns should be turning to as their starting quarterback this year, Deshaun Watson or Shedeur Sanders. And yes, I know it is April 29th, but voluntary minicamp just finished up a few days ago. And the great Mary Kay Cabot, who will be joining us at 9 p.m. Eastern, with some reporting that the Browns are leaning towards Deshaun Watson as their starting quarterback, and that head coach Todd Monken hopes to have a decision after mandatory minicamp in just a month and a half from now. So, big topic. If you want to get in on that, 310-840-4910. Brad and I both think it should be Shedeur, and because Deshaun Watson is just a waste of time at this point. We went streaking last segment, picked the player. Each of us picked one player that we think is going to get a hit tonight. Let's talk some NBA playoffs here with Cavaliers and Raptors coming up here in 30 minutes. Magic Pistons just 10 minutes away. And from our friends at BetMGM, I know we're going to talk NBA playoffs, but in case you wanted to get in on the Let's Go streaking action, if you're looking to take your MLB action to the next level this season, Boosted Odds are here to crank up every pitch, swing, and home run. BetMGM is hooking you up with your very own MLB Odds Boost token all season long. Just add any MLB bet to your bet slip, activate your Odds Boost token, and lock it in. If your bet hits, you're cashing out with an even bigger payout. Okay, back to the hardwood here, Brad. Magic Pistons, season on the line for Detroit. They have been mediocre, to say the least here in this series. Down 3-1. Fourth quarter has been their bugaboo, as they have just not had the offense to get it over the line in the fourth quarter of the last 2 games. They've scored just a combined 45 points in the fourth quarter in the last 2 games. Both losses in Orlando. Do you get a backs against the wall blowout tonight from the Pistons? Or do you think they continue to feel the pressure as the 1 seed that won 60 games and is getting outplayed? Do you think Detroit plays tight tonight in front of a nervous home crowd here, Brad? Can the Magic close this thing out tonight and move on to the second round and give us just the 6th ever 1 seed to lose to an 8 seed?
Yeah, what's sensible here is that Detroit just comes out and blows the doors off of the Orlando Magic. Again, with their backs firmly pressed against the wall, they're kind of painted in a quarter right now. They're going to have to really bring their A++ kind of game. This feels like a contest in which Kate Cunningham, though, may have to go for like 40 points. Maybe grab 10 rebounds, maybe drop 10 dimes, maybe log that triple-double and just carry the entire load of mail for this Piston squad, because a lot of the secondary and tertiary players they usually counts on, Jalen Duren, for example, Tobias Harris, some of the other members, they've been so wildly inconsistent, especially Duren, who's been just downright awful so far in this NBA postseason. 10 points, 8 rebounds per game, 47% field goal percentage after averaging 20 and 11 with a 65% field goal percentage in the regular season. So a lot of his production has just fallen off a cliff, to say the least. So, will the support cast of Kate Cunningham actually register a pulse? That's the $64,000 question. And honestly, nobody has any idea. I think Cunningham will play extraordinarily well. And I will say this, I think Tobias Harris also plays well. And I think he's a guy that plays well on the glass. So my favorite play in this game, I'm going to take Tobias Harris over 6.5 rebounds at a plus 115. So a little seduced by the juice at that number. I think he's getting at least a lucky number 7 in terms of the rebounding category. Orlando has allowed the second most opponent rebounds per game in this NBA postseason at 46.8. And you look at Harris, he's gone 6-11, 7 and 6 rebounds. So been over in 2 of 4 in this series, the regular season against the Magic. He only went over once in 3 games. So in totality this year against Orlando, he's been over in 3 of 7 contests. But his ability of waxing that glass is going to be key in this one, along with his teammates. So I think Tobias Harris snags at least 7 rebounds and cashes that over plus 115. And my gut says Detroit lives to see another day. I don't know if it's going to be a blowout, though. I can't trust them that they're going to go out and absolutely obliterate the competition. I think they sneak by, but survive into the next game. And as loyal listeners of BetMGM tonight have heard me say, a couple of days ago, I felt Detroit was going to come back and win this thing. So I guess got to stick to my guns. Though, honestly, it feels like I'm shooting blanks.
Yeah, look, I don't know. I don't think they blow them out either here. I mean, they are double-digit favorites, and that spread continues to rise at BetMGM. It's nearly 11.5 now in favor of the Detroit Pistons. Like, I don't think you can trust this team like in a classic backs against the wall home team, the team that's favored down 3-1. They're going to dominate at home, and the other team that's on the road knows that that they got game 6 at home, that they can win it. I don't think that applies to certain series. I don't think that applies to this series here. These are 2 teams that only got a taste of the playoffs last year, right? First time for this young Orlando core with Paolo Banchero. They went up against the Celtics. They got knocked out. Detroit went up against my Knicks. They had a gritty effort, lost in 6. Like, I think Orlando thinks they can win this game. And obviously they think they can win it. But the way they've played, like they're starting to mentally rattle the Detroit Pistons. They've rattled Cade Cunningham. The mistakes he's made in this series are very uncharacteristic. Some of the passes, I mean, he's throwing bounce passes at his guys' legs in transition, throwing the ball into the first row. I mean, he looks terrible. And his stats look good on paper. He's averaging nearly 30 points per game in this series with over 6 rebounds and over 7 assists. But his turnovers have cost them big time, 17 of them in the last 2 games. And his unclutchness, if you will, in the fourth quarter, he's shooting 42% from the field for the series and less than 30% from deep. The last game, I remember it was in the final minute and a half of the fourth quarter in a game that Detroit lost. Cade Cunningham didn't make a single field goal in the fourth quarter. He might have got one late in the last minute of garbage time, but he's kind of had to do it all for them. And I said this the other night on the show, Brad. I wonder as the game goes on, is that taxing him mentally where it's just so much of a burden because nobody else on Detroit is stepping up next to him? You mentioned Jalen Duren. He's just been downright pathetic. He's a lack of aggression, lack of intuitiveness, and just lack of a killer instinct in the paint. Coming off his first All-Star season, he has got to be better tonight. And so I just, like you said, you don't trust Detroit to blow out the Orlando Magic, and I don't either, because the way that Orlando and Jamal Mosley, the game plan that they've drawn up to defend Cade Cunningham, where they have slowed them down, and they've kind of forced a lot of those awkward off-ball handoffs because they're doing a great job of switching on screens, and they're not making Detroit comfortable. They're not letting them get into a rhythm. It's really affected them. So we've seen these games be low scoring. Now you're telling me Detroit's just going to win this by 11 or 12? I mean, hell, Brad, in game 2, they went on like a 35-3 run, and they still only won by 15. So they're going to need to play an absolute perfect game tonight to win this one by margin. I don't see it happening. And I wonder, in terms of a larger conversation, after the season that the Magic had this year, where they underperformed, right? There was talks of them firing Jamal Mosley when they were going into the play-in tournament. If they lost that game to the Charlotte Hornets, he'd probably be fired already. They underperformed in the regular season. They're playing their best ball right now in the playoffs. It kind of remind me of the Eastern Conference version of the Minnesota Timberwolves, who have underperformed in the regular season the last couple of years and then went on to the conference finals 2 straight times, hoping they can make it a 3rd straight time if they can get Anthony Edwards back. So, that's an interesting conversation. And the other one I wonder is, with the way that he's played so far this playoffs, should we maybe start thinking about putting Paolo Banchero over Cade Cunningham in the NBA hierarchy? That's certainly a debate that could be had if the Magic finish this series off either tonight or back home in game 6. So I like the Magic to keep it close. You're going with Tobias Harris to go over his rebounds. Let's move on to the other Eastern Conference game here tonight. Raptors-Cavs tips off in about 30 minutes from now. 2 games apiece, back to Cleveland. Does this series continue to go the way of the home team? Cavs won game 1 by 13. They won game 2 by 10. Raptors then won game 3 in Toronto by 22. And on Sunday afternoon, a gritty defensive performance to win it by 4. Brad, do you think the Cavs hold serve at home tonight and push the Raptors to the brink of elimination? How do you think this game goes?
Yeah, look, I think it is going to be the home court advantage in this one. These two teams are really evenly matched. When you look at the advanced data, you compare to the eye test of what you've seen this series, home court has been a very big advantage for whoever owns it. And of course, tonight, it's a Cleveland Cavaliers. So, yes, I think Cavs are going to be able to take care of business in this series that's deadlocked. And I think a big reason why is going to be the beard. James Harden, my favorite prop in this game is for Harden to make not 1, not 2, but a trio of trays. He makes 3 or more made threes. We're looking at a minus 115 juice on that and a potential payout. Well, why? Because they look at the Raptors. They've not exactly been predators out there defending the perimeter. They've allowed the 3rd most made threes in this NBA postseason, giving up 13.3 per game. To look at James Harden, he has gone for at least 3 made triples in 3 of his last 4 games. That's all this series. He's netting exactly 3 made threes per game in this series, jacking it up from outside the arc 7.8 times per game. That shakes out to a 38.7% percentage. So I think ultimately Harden is going to be a key factor in this game. And the long balls overall, the Cleveland Cavaliers are going to propel them to a victory. So again, I think Cleveland wins. It's going to be ultra tight, to say the least. Quite a sweaty game, but I believe James Harden will be one of the difference makers this one with his arcsmanship from outside. 3 or more made triples at minus 115. Again, my best bet. And Raptors and Cavs.
Yeah, and good news for you, Brad, is that this is not an elimination game. So James Harden should actually play like James Harden. If this is Cavaliers down 3-2 or a game 7, I would stay away from James Harden like the plague after we've seen him be one of the more prominent playoff chokers in elimination games in the last decade or so. But it is game 5, so you should get a normal performance from James Harden and at home where he and Donovan Mitchell dominated games 1 and 2. So, again, are we in store for another James Harden disaster class? I don't think so. Wait another game or 2, and then maybe. But, look, Donovan Mitchell and him, they had the pick and roll game going. They had their, getting their offense involved, getting everybody else involved and scoring for themselves and dishing to each other in the first couple of games. And then the Raptors found a way to defend that. They blitzed them on double teams. They jumped into the passing lanes. They really forced James Harden into some uncomfortable moments. Jamal Shed has been awesome in this series. And in that game 4 win on Sunday afternoon, he basically dives at was it either Harden or Mitchell right before the 8-second backcourt violation, gets the turnover. That helps the Raptors come out of nowhere in the final minute of that game and win. So Jamal Shed on James Harden is going to be interesting to watch tonight, and the way that they use him against Donovan Mitchell as well. Question here for Toronto, will Brandon Ingram finally step up? Because he has been just an absolute giant disappointment. He's averaging 15 points, 4 rebounds, and 2 assists this series on an abysmal 34% shooting after he averaged 22 points in the regular season and shot nearly 50%. So if Toronto's going to win this one on the road tonight, and they're also nearly a double-digit underdog, which is a bit surprising to me, unless you just think that Cleveland at home is a completely different team in this series. Brandon Ingram's going to have to step up for Toronto. Emmanuel Quickley is out again tonight. At this point, I don't even know if he plays in this series with the hamstring injury that's been plaguing him. Scotty Barnes has done good. RJ Barrett has probably been the best player on the floor. Brandon Ingram has to step up and play his A game if the Raptors want to win this game on the road tonight. What I do think is going to happen, Brad, is I think we get a lot of points. I don't know if Cleveland blows them out, but I do think the way these first 2 games played out in Cleveland, Yes, those were before both of these teams made their adjustments defensively, but I think Cleveland will have an easier time shooting the ball. And I think Toronto then will also shoot better than they did on Sunday. Sunday game 4, Sunday afternoon, like, what was it, a 1 p.m. tip? So that's classic sluggish start, defensive mentality. You always lean under in Sunday afternoon games. So I think we get a lot of points tonight. And I think this is going to come down to whether or not the Raptors can hit some threes, because they were able to in game 1 and they still lost by double digits. They haven't shot that well from deep. They're not a good 3-point shooting team, but I think that there has been some lapses in defense for Cleveland. Evan Mobley, one of the best defenders in the game, hasn't been that great defensively. So they've been able to get inside the paint and score. And another guy coming off the bench for Toronto, Colin Murray-Boyles, I think he's been awesome. He's been a revelation. I mean, Jakob Poeltl isn't playing his normal minutes because he's a bad fit with this series. And Colin Murray-Boyles has given them energy. He's given them offensive rebounds, and he's given them second chance points. And that's why I think Toronto will be able to score enough. So I like the over in this one. You're going with Harden to hit a bunch of threes, hit 3 threes in this one. And then finally, quickly here, Brad, Rockets-Lakers. We'll have some more time later to dive deep into this game. Game 5 tonight, back in L.A. Austin Reeves is expected to play. It's not official yet, but reportedly, we saw Shams come on yesterday on TV and say that there is optimism that he will play in this game tonight. Kevin Durant, meanwhile, out again with this sprained ankle that has now forced him to miss 3 straight games. I mean, I can't believe it. And I'm not saying he's faking an injury. I know that's picked up a lot of legs on some websites and on social media, but I mean, you can't even try to give it a go through a sprained ankle. I mean, come on. This feels like the Lakers. This is the Lakers series to close out tonight here, especially if they're able to get Austin Reeves back.
Yeah, exactly. And we're going to see what the status of Reeves is. The expectation was we thought he was going to play the last game, but not so fast, my friend. Was unable to show up. We knew that Luka's not going to be able to suit up. So as a result, I'll give you my initial play in this game. I'm going to go with Old Man River himself, a man that actually I think was born before Dr. Naismith, and that is LeBron James. I'm going to take the over on 15.5 assists plus rebounds, Pat, at a little minus 105. Lighter juice currently at BetMGM. You look at Houston. Yes, they've allowed the second fewest opponent rebounds per game here in this NBA postseason, but they have also allowed the 4th most opponent assists per game. LeBron does a little bit of everything. He's averaging 8.3 rebounds per game in the series, 8.8 assists per game. Carry the one, that's 17.1 combined. All we need is 16 to cash in, and he has done this in 2 of 4 games. So again, this is going to be another showcase game with or without Austin Reeves on the floor for one of the all-time greats, the ancient one, LeBron James. Give me the over 15.5 assists plus rebounds. And dare I say, I think the Lakers are going to win again.
Yeah, I mean, and I don't blame you for thinking that, because they got out to a 3-0 lead. Houston, they avoided the sweep. But now they got to go on the road where with no Kevin Durant. And look, I said it before teasing this segment. Are they actually better off with KD? I mean, they can't be. Their offense has just sputtered for far too long in this series, where they've needed Kevin Durant scoring. They certainly don't need his lack of leadership, but they need his scoring, and they don't have it. But somebody that has stepped up in his absence is Amen Thompson. He's been absolutely critical for the Rockets. If not for him, they probably would have lost by larger margins in the first 3 games. But when he's on the floor, the Rockets are only getting outscored, or they're actually plus. They're actually outscoring the Lakers when Amen Thompson is on the floor. When he's off, and he's only been off the floor for about 30 minutes in the 4 games combined, the Rockets have gotten battered. They're like minus 20 in just like 25 minutes that he's been off the floor. So he's going to play at least another 40 minutes tonight. I would go over on his points plus rebounds plus assists. He's gone over in 2 straight games, the last 2 games that Durant has not played. So they need him for his scoring. They need him for his facilitating. Him and Reed Shepherd are the 2 point guards of this team right now. Missing Fred VanVleet dearly as well, who's been out for the whole season with the torn ACL. But Amen Thompson is a guy that can also grab you 7 to 10 rebounds. So I think he's going to be a massive fixture in this game for Houston if they want any chance of winning 2 in a row and making things interesting and forcing a game 6 in Houston. All right, we'll take a short break. Phone number to join is 310-840-4910. We'll get you the first scoreboard update of the night when we return. Pistons Magic underway. And on the ice, you've got Canadiens Lightning underway in a critical Game 5 with that series tied up at 2 apiece as well. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. We'll also get into some more NFL draft grades when we return right here on BetMGM tonight. This is Westwood One Sports.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back. Rose Tattoo. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. That song always heard in pubs around the country and around the world.
Yes.
Every March. We're 10 and a half months away from St. Patty's Day. We're 10 and a half months away from March Madness, Brad. I kind of miss it. I want it back already. But no matter. We got playoff
so
action.
do I. Always.
Yeah, I know. We got playoff action every single night, though. 310-840-4910 as we're guiding you through. We're your nightly Central Sports Hub for all the live action here. Live action and all the biggest news and stories of the day. 310-840-4910. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Let's get you a first scoreboard update here of the night. One playoff game going on the hardwood and on the ice. In the NBA playoffs, again, the Magic lead the Pistons 3-1. Do or die for Detroit, and they're on their home court. They lead Orlando 24-17 with 4.5 minutes left to go in the first quarter. So that's the start you're looking for if you're the Detroit Pistons. Cade Cunningham's got 5 points and an assist. And Jalen Duren, wow, finally stepping up. 7 points, 3 rebounds for Jalen Duren. For the Orlando Magic, Paolo Banchero's got 8 points. Desmond Bane has 7 points. Pistons up now 26-17 with just about 4.5 minutes left to go in the first quarter. On the ice, pivotal Game 5 in Tampa Bay at the Amalie Arena. Series tied 2 games apiece. Canadiens on the road lead the Bolts 1-0. Brendan Gallagher with a goal 3 minutes into this one. There's 12 minutes to go in the first period, and the Habs lead the Lightning 1-0. That series has been utterly phenomenal. No team has had more than a goal lead in any of the games. They've all finished with 1 goal being the advantage. But, Brad, let's get back to what we've been doing all week here, breaking down the NFL draft, giving out grades to just about every team throughout the draft. And by the way, this segment is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com. So we're on to D, and that is the Detroit Lions. Give you their draft picks, Brad, and then I'll ask you to give a grade here first as we go back and forth. But the Detroit Lions, they lost Taylor Decker in the offseason. Huge exodus of this offensive line. Needed help for Jared Goff. And they go Blake Wilson, offensive tackle from Clemson, with their first-round pick. Then they take Derek Moore, pass rusher from Michigan, with their second-round pick. And then they went Jimmy Rolder, linebacker from Michigan. They go to the secondary to go Keith Abney, corner from Arizona State. Add a receiver, Kendrick Law from Kentucky. And then a couple of D tackles at the end of this draft. Break it down for the Lions. What do you think? How do they do here? Brad Holmes, guy that shares your namesake. Big offseason for the Detroit Lions. How'd they do in the draft?
I thought they did okay. I look at Detroit, according to Renee Bugner, and of course, the aggregate NFL draft analyst grades, a 2.89 GPA on a 4.0 scale. That was number 16 in terms of highest overall. So really kind of a C-level grade. I'm going to give them a C+, borderline B-. I'll just stick with the C+. I feel that's an appropriate grade. A team last season that was number 9 EPA per play offense. They were number 7 in drop back EPA offense. They were number 17 in rush EPA offense. Yeah, you want that dynamic 1-2 punch of Jahmyr Gibbs and mandatory Montgomery Jackals defensively. Took a little bit of a step back on number 15 overall in EPA per play defense. Better defending the pass, but they were on number 23 in rush EPA defense. So they had to solidify that defensive line. That was an area of need. That's why they probably went with Derek Moore, edge rusher out of Michigan at number 44 overall. Offensive line was an area of need. That was their first pick. Wise one there with Blake Wilson out of Clemson. And then just adding some depth pieces, wide receiver, a linebacker, a corner, and a couple of more D tackles to round it out. So, they did what they were supposed to do, rather unexciting, not exactly a mound-moving kind of draft. So, again, borderline C+, B-. It's like a 79.4% if they want to get really granular grade there for Detroit, and I'll stick to it. Did a decent job, just not an extraordinary one.
Yeah, I'll give them a B minus because they drafted every position basically that they needed here. The offensive tackle was the biggest after you lose Taylor Decker. They get Blake Miller, who played right tackle in college. So I think there's a lot of talk about moving Penei Sewell over to left tackle, and I think that would be a wise move. He's one of the best tackles in football, and I think he would have no problem protecting Jared Goff's blind side. I'd rather it be Penei Sewell than a rookie. So I like that pick. Derek Moore out of Michigan, and that's another Wolverine opposite of Aiden Hutchinson. A lot of people think they should have went Zion Young. I'm not going to crush them for that. Again, they needed a pass rusher. They needed a number 2 pass rusher, and they got one. They needed secondary. They needed secondary help. They go corner in the 5th round with Keith Abney. I don't mind them adding the linebacker Jimmy Rolder from Michigan, who could be a blitzer for this defense because getting after the quarterback was an issue for them as well. So edge rusher and then a linebacker that can attack the quarterback. I like those picks. None of them really sexy, but they checked all the boxes that they needed. And so I give them a B minus for the Detroit Lions here. Didn't really make any, didn't have a 3rd round pick. They didn't operate with a ton of trades. And, the one thing is Blake Miller wasn't really supposed to be a 1st round pick. So did they reach for him? Who knows? Will he end up being a great right tackle if that's where he ends up playing? We'll see. But I give the Detroit Lions a B minus. All right, Brad, on to the Green Bay Packers here. Green Bay, who did not have a 1st round pick because of the trade for Micah Parsons in the last offseason. Green Bay's first pick didn't come until the 2nd round, 52nd overall, when they took corner Brandon Cisse. Then they went D tackle Chris McClellan from Missouri, pass rusher Danny Dennis-Sutton from Penn State, and then Yeager Burton, center from Kentucky. They get a corner, Damani Jackson from Alabama, and they finish it off with a kicker and one of the great names, Trey Smack from Florida.
Smack.
Yeah, they'll be hoping that he can smack it through the uprights all season long. What do you make of the Cheeseheads? How do you think Green Bay did with GM Brian Gutekunst?
It's not exactly a booty smack, but it's such an imagination and celebration with this draft. You look at the consensus GPA, according to Ray Bugner, the chart that he compiled, 2.89, number 20. Also kind of around our suboptimal performance. I do like the Brandon at number 52 overall. The biggest area of weakness for this Green Bay defense last year was pass. They were just number 22 in drop back EPA defense, number 22 overall in EPA per play defense. The offense is really the calling card overall of this team with Jordan Love and Josh Jacobs and the plethora of wide receivers they have. Just recently signed Jaden Reed to an extension. Christian Watson so far. Hamstrings still in perfect order in working order right now, but they occasionally melt to say least. Got to get Tucker Kraft back as well. You look at Dennis Sutton, edge rusher to Penn State. You add a center, you add another DB late, and I just love Trey Smack. So honestly, I'm going to give him a C just because of Smack on being on the roster. And I like the Cisse pick. The picks in the middle, again, rather uneventful. So C for Green Bay for me, and I can't go a single grade higher, largely because I hate the Packers.
Yeah, and I don't blame you. I give him a B plus here. Again, I have graded teams higher when they address their top needs with their first couple of picks, because that just shows you that they look, and I know that some GMs rightfully say we're going to draft for the best player available and not just for positional need, because then you have the tendency that you could reach. And like I said, with the Lions, did they reach going Blake Miller with their first round pick? No, time will tell. He could end up being a steal. It might have been a genius pick. So the Green Bay Packers, again, it's tough because they don't have a first round pick because they traded for Micah Parsons. And it definitely worked out, totally tore his ACL. But the Packers needed help in the secondary after Jair Alexander was a failure, and then he, moves on from this team. They needed a corner, and that's what they did with their first pick, getting Brandon Cisse from South Carolina. They needed then to upgrade the defensive line, both D tackle and edge rusher, and they did that with their next couple of picks. Chris McClellan from Missouri, and then Danny Dennis-Sutton from Penn State, who I think has a lot of raw potential that is there to be untapped. And I think Danny Dennis-Sutton could end up being a beast of a player. 6'5", 265 pounds. He had 8.5 sacks and 3 forced fumbles this past season for Penn State, and didn't get enough credit or attention, in my opinion, because of how brutal of a year the Nittany Lions had. So I give the Packers a B+. Again, they get the kicker at the end in Trey Smack, because, you look at their roster. Brandon McManus, is that somebody you want to rely upon this year here, even though he did finish the season strong? Now he's 33, 34 years old. So you do have a potential young rookie that could step up in case McManus gets off to a rough start. So B+ for me for the Green Bay Packers. All right, Brad, let's move on to the Houston Texans, who had an eventful offseason, making some trades, doing some dealings, pretty big moves in free agency. Not a whole lot of sexy picks from the Houston Texans, but were they the right ones? They go guard Keelan Rutledge from Georgia Tech at 26. They traded up to get him. Then Caden McDonald, the big D tackle from Ohio State. Then Marlon Klein, tight end from Michigan. Then they go guard from Oklahoma. Then they go linebacker Wade Woodhouse from Clemson. Safety Kamar Ramsey from USC. Lewis Bond, receiver from Boston College. And they finish off with a linebacker from Indiana. How do you think the Texans did in the draft?
Just for the record, I want to say I wish my name was Wade Woodaz. That's awesome.
That is a great name.
You can sell a lot of jerseys with Woodaz on the back. Tremendous name, by the way. It's a rather unexhilarating draft. But Houston, I feel, filled a lot of areas of need. We all know the last couple of seasons, the biggest eyesore with this roster has been the offensive line. There's been a bunch of Casper the Friendly Ghost as a bit of a turnstile, whether trying to open up holes on the ground game for Woody Marks and Nick Chubb last season, or try to protect C.J. Stroud, who constantly had his jersey dirty due to collapsing under the heat of the pressure. So going Rutledge at guard out of Georgia Tech at number 26 overall, shrewd move. They also get the Oklahoma guard of Abechi Nwaiwu. I think I pronounced that correctly. A little bit later on at 106. So again, investing in an area they had to really shore up, and I felt they did that. Add more to their strength, which is a defense with Caden McDonald. I thought was a pretty good value at number 36 overall out of the Ohio State. You look at the consensus according to Renee Bugner's charts. Houston only 2.63 GPA. That was number 25 overall. I think people are kind of discounting, again, because they don't have the bright light names that they grab. But again, they were able to strengthen areas of weakness and add as well to team strength, and that being on the defensive line. So I'm going to give the Houston Texans a firm B, a little bit above the general consensus of NFL draft analysts and graders that are out there. I thought they did a decent job.
Yeah, I think they were as well. Their first two picks made perfect sense. They needed an offensive lineman, and they needed a defensive tackle. Those are their biggest needs. You mentioned the O-line and how much C.J. Stroud has been under trouble and under pressure, and he's been erratic this last 2 years, continues to regress. So they go Keelan Rutledge, guard from Georgia Tech. A guy that made 43 career starts and only allowed 2 sacks in his entire college career at Georgia Tech. I thought that was a pretty good, solid pick. They traded up 2 picks to get him. They end up giving away one of their third rounders, but they had 2 second-round picks. And so Caden McDonald, who just had an awesome year at Ohio State with 9.5 tackles for a loss, 17 run stops, and 3 sacks. I mean, he might be one of the best picks in that draft. So I give him a B+. Actually, more than I think about it here for the Houston Texans. After that, did they need a tight end? Marlon Klein from Michigan, who really didn't do much, really struggled to live up to the fill in the shoes of Colston Loveland. That's a second-round pick. I didn't like that one. That's why I have him as a B. But I thought after that, they made some really decent picks there, continuing to stockpile the linebacking crew and the safeties. And we'll see. Lewis Bond, 6th-rounder out of Boston College. Who knows? Might just end up being a 6th-round steal for them. This is a guy that had over 1,000 yards last year for Boston College, who's not a good squad, fully understand that. Only scored 1 touchdown, and that's why he went in the 6th round. But this is a guy that, again, when you look at the Texans wide receivers and all the talent they have, Nico Collins, Jaden Higgins, Hopefully, Tank Dell is still somewhat the same receiver that he was 2 years ago before his devastating injury. And you got Jalen Noel. Like, if you got all those guys and Lewis Bond is just out there and nobody's covering him, like, he could be a great rookie for them coming on later this season. So I'll give the Texans a B+. All right, we'll take a short break. We come back, get the scoreboard update, and we'll hit the Indianapolis Colts and the Jacksonville Jaguars as we continue to give out letter grades for the NFL Draft. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This has been MGM Tonight right here on Westwood One Sports.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
They got second and short. That means it's Taylor time, and he's got the first down, and he busts away from the pack for plenty more. Jonathan Taylor, big run. There he goes, and Indianapolis takes the lead. 83 yards, the longest run of his career.
Welcome back, BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. You heard the great Adam Amin, my buddy Adam Amin there. That's credit NFL Network, one of the Jonathan Taylor many touchdown runs this past season for the Indianapolis Colts. And one season that started out with such great promise and such great hope, with Daniel Jones playing the best season of his career, ended in utter heartbreak. The Colts became the first team in NFL history to be 6 games over 500 and still finish with a losing record. They gave away their first-round draft pick to get Sauce Gardner at the trade deadline. And so can they rebuild? Can the Colts get back to a winning team and a playoff team this year? We're giving out letter grades for the NFL draft because we are football obsessed. We can't wait for the schedule release in a couple of weeks. And so the Colts' first pick came at 53rd overall. They went linebacker C.J. Allen from Georgia. Then they upgraded the defensive backfield, taking A.J. Halsey from LSU. Offensive lineman Jalen Farmer from Kentucky with one of their 2 fourth-round picks. They then got another linebacker, Bryce Betcher from Oregon, a couple of pass rushers after that. And then their last 2 picks, Seth McGowan, running back from Kentucky, and Deion Burks, wide receiver from Oklahoma. Brad, how do you think the Indianapolis Colts did in the draft?
Yeah, again, using Renee Bugner's overall analyst grades, they got a 3.12 GPA on a 4.0 scale. That was the 11th highest consensus as tracked by Bugner. I think that's accurate. I'm going to give Indianapolis a B+. Offensively, they had really no areas of need. You might say, well, what about quarterback? Well, yeah, Daniel Jones is really trending in the right direction. Unbelievably so, coming off that Achilles injury. May be able to be available in time for the start of the regular season. We shall see how that plays out as the summer wears on. But this team had to invest in the defense. They were mediocre. Very bland, number 16 EPA per play D last season. They were number 17 in dropback EPA defense and number 10 in rush EPA defense. So going linebacker with C.J. Allen at number 53 overall, check the box. Going safety with A.J. Halsey out of LSU at 78 overall. Continue to check that box. Add a linebacker, add 2 edge rushers, and then you focus a little bit on offense. Get a guard at 113 overall, and Jalen Farmer out of Kentucky. I can never have enough offensive linemen because the injury imp is always lurking, and you got to get some guys to plug and play on that roster to fill those gaps when needed. McGowan's depth at running back, Jonathan Taylor is still going to be the workhorse, still going to be the main man, but you never know. Could break down. Maybe got to go full-blown RBBC. Maybe gets a shot if he makes the roster. Same with Deion Burks at wide receiver. So, again, not in the best of positions in terms of overall draft capital that they had, but they did exactly what they needed to do. Defense, and more defense. Mighty fine draft for Indianapolis. B+ for me.
I'm going to go B-, and I love the first couple of picks that they made. C.J. Allen, linebacker from Georgia. I think this kid's going to be a beast. At any linebacker from Georgia, maybe I'm a bit biased, but run stopper, blitzer, can cover tight ends. I mean, last year, 97 tackles, 7 for a loss, 3 pass breakups, 2 forced fumbles, and 3.5 sacks. That is somebody that this Colts defense desperately needs. They needed to replace Nick Cross in the defensive backfield, so they go A.J. Halsey. Again, the thing that I struggle with here, Brad, does this team not know that they traded away Michael Pittman in the offseason? And so they really didn't get a replacement for him. I know they signed Nick Westbrook-Akine in free agency, and Tyler Warren had such a great rookie season in the beginning of the year. They re-signed Alec Pierce, and they have Josh Downs. I would have liked to see them take a receiver with one of those 2 fourth-round picks that they had. They waited until their very last pick to take Deion Burks from Oklahoma. So I thought they should have addressed the wide receiver position much, much earlier. Deion Burks, 620 yards and 4 touchdowns last year for the Sooners. I still, other than that, I thought it was a pretty good draft, but because they didn't take a receiver until their very last pick, I'm going to give them a B minus. Finally, let's finish off with the Jacksonville Jaguars. They also did not have a first round pick, so their first pick did not come until number 56 overall. Remember, they traded up to get Travis Hunter last year. That's why they didn't have a first rounder. Really quickly, I'm just going to give you some of the picks they made. Tight end Nate Borkircher was their first pick at 56 overall from Texas A&M. Then D tackle Albert Regis from A&M at 81, and guard Emmanuel Pregnon from Oregon at 88. They took a couple of receivers and a couple of pass rushers later in the draft. But Brad, what do you think of the Jaguars draft? How'd they do?
Again, consensus, Jacksonville had actually the worst GPA of any team, 1.34. Yikes. That's a failing grade. I'd probably give them like a D. Honestly, none of these picks really moved the meter for me. Obviously got Britton Strange, so, going with the pair of tight ends. Maybe they're going to, run more jumbo packages this season, more 3 tight end formations. Seems to be all the rage right now in the NFL. Maybe that's a possibility. Not investing in a running back at any point, I felt was a bit puzzling. I guess they're going to ride with Bashaw Tootin. Tentatively is the RB1. He got Chris Rodriguez, came over from Washington. It was an absolute bull moose between the pipes. Could be decent, but I felt they need to add some depth at that position. Again, just unsexy, the overall draft for Jacksonville. So I'll give them a D. Just doesn't really do a whole lot for me. Maybe it does for you.
No, I hated their draft as well. D minus. Honestly, I think they did have one of the worst drafts. And again, is it fair to kill them because they traded up to get Travis Hunter? And that impacted this draft. I don't know. Like you said, how do you not draft a running back? How do you not take a single running back? And they also needed linebackers badly, and they didn't take one until their last pick. Oh, boy. I mean, again, you go tight end with their first pick of the draft. You have Brenton Strange. I get he's not an all-pro, but, I mean, come on. Come on. There were certainly plenty of other options to go to there, and I thought Jacksonville dropped the ball. So, we'll see. Again, as always, we could be dead wrong with these. And James Gladstone, the babyface GM, might be a genius, but time will tell. When we come back, talk a little baseball. We'll do a little Major League Baseball multiple choice. Get your pencils out. This is BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
That's 3. Another 2-2. Yes, he did. 90th pitch of the game for Ohtani. Strike 3 swinging. That's 3. Here comes the 2-2. He got him. Fastball at the knees. His 9th strikeout to cap a 6th inning.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 3 kicks off right now. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. You can join the show by calling or texting 310-840-4910. If you text us, just text us your name and where you're from, and we'll get you featured on the show. Again, 310-840-4910. Get you a scoreboard update here in just a bit. We got a couple of NBA playoff games going on right now, and you got a couple of Stanley Cup playoff games going on, so 4 combined playoff games. It's another lit night in the postseason on the hardwood and on the ice. A couple of teams' seasons are on the line. Speaking of hockey, in 20 minutes from now, we're going to talk to Sean Rourke, who's the director of editorial for NHL.com. Ask him about all the big storylines going on in the Stanley Cup playoffs. But you heard they're coming back here to start hour number 3. A Shohei Ohtani highlight package. Credit Spectrum Sportsnet LA with Joe Davis on the play-by-play. Ohtani was brilliant last night on the mound and still took the loss as the Marlins beat the Dodgers 3-2. And then, Brad, how about the Dodgers losing again today to the Miami Marlins?
Today?
The Marlins winning the series. The Dodgers they're human. They're 20-11. But, hey, they just lost back-to-back games to the Dodgers. And now the Atlanta Braves have the best record in baseball at 21-9. But, Brad, we'll talk a little baseball here. Let's get producer Brandon Combs in the mix. How about a little MLB multiple choice? How does that sound?
Let's do it, boys.
Love it.
All right. Let's start right there with Shohei Ohtani. Shohei Ohtani is the runaway candidate to win NL MVP. His odds right now at BetMGM to win the honor, currently sitting at -375. But which one of these long shots has the best chance to push Shohei for the coveted award? Is it Corbin Carroll at 15-1? Is it Ronald Acuna at 17-1? Ellie De La Cruz at 22-1? Juan Soto at 28-1? Or somebody else? Brad?
I'm going to go with C, Ellie De La Cruz. Now, the Reds are actually getting their heads handed to them right now. They're down 5-0 to the Colorado Pebbles. So the Rockies, again, they're somehow winning on the road. They recently swept the Mets in New York. Now they're winning tonight in Cincinnati. The Reds have been dynamite, though, this year, even on the road, too. They're 10-3 away from the great American ballpark. And Ellie De Cruz is having a monster year. Already has got 8 home runs, 10 stolen bases. He's one of the league leaders in barrel rates, one of the league leaders as well, top 5, and exit velocity at 95.8 according to Baseball Savant. So he's really starting to fill out of that long 6'6", 200-pound frame. He's always been one of the fastest guys on the base pass. But let's say the Reds continue to exceed expectations. Maybe they end up winning the NL Central come the bitter end, and they're like the surprise team of the Major League Baseball season. I think it's a foregone conclusion Ohtani is going to win this bad boy, but there's anybody that's going to compete with him. It's not going to be Ronald Acuna. He's got a bit of a power outage right now, only a couple of home runs so far this season. I don't think it's going to be Corbin Carroll. I think it's going to be Soto because the Mets suck. I think it's going to be Ellie De La Cruz. If you got him in your fantasy baseball leagues, congratulations. He's going to be worth every dollar, to say the least. He is going to have a monster year, and it could be like a 35-35 campaign in the end.
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with Brad, but I think Juan Soto can absolutely win MVP. Again, if Mike Trout taught us anything, Brad, it's that you don't need to have team success to win the MVP. The Angels, they were a mediocre ball club all those years that Trout won MVP. Won his litany of MVPs. So Soto can absolutely win it at 28-1, despite the Mets being a terrible ball club right now. Again, his average right now, 300, and he's missed 14 games. That's the only downside, and that's why I think you get great value on Soto right now. If you're looking, at the futures market here, who could win MVP? He's only played 14 games, because he had that calf strain early on in the season, but he's hitting 300. The OPS is a little bit low, 867. His power numbers haven't been there just yet. Only 2 bombs, only 4 extra base hits, and only 7 RBIs. But those are going to come. I am certain those are going to come for Juan Soto. You look at the last 3 seasons, the fewest amount of homers he put up was 35, and that was in San Diego with that giant ballpark. The fewest RBIs he's had in the last 3 years is 105. And last year, Soto stole 38 bags. I don't think he gets that again this season.
Right.
But if he steals 20 and he hits 30 home runs and has 95 RBIs, and he hits over 300, he's probably going to win the Silver Slugger. He might win the Hank Aaron Award. If Ohtani gets hurt, that's probably the only way he doesn't win the MVP. I think Juan Soto, with the numbers he's put up, the hitter that he is, despite how bad the Mets are, he has a chance to win MVP.
Both of you guys in your answers described everything that's wrong with the MVP award. Because both of you guys, the homers. He hit so many homers. Because there's a player right now who's not going to get any consideration for MVP, and he absolutely should, but he lacks a lot of that power. And that's my guy, Nico Horner. Call me a homer.
Oh, how did I know you were going to say a Cub?
But the way that Nico Horner leads this team and the way that he is constantly hitting, you look at the way this guy does it at the plate, and then what he does with the glove. I mean, he is the definition of MVP, especially if this Cubs team finds a way to win the Central Division. With as depleted as this roster is, he absolutely deserves credit. And it's not just him. There's a lot of players out there that don't hit for a ton of home runs that deserve some looks for MVP that just don't get it because they don't hit home runs. This isn't the NL home run crown. It's the NL MVP. And that's the thing that a lot of people take into account. Me, personally, guys like Shohei in lineups like that don't deserve to be the MVP of the league. I'm sorry, but they don't. All right. Stay with the LA Dodgers.
Anyway, keep going.
Combs, chicks dig the long ball.
Playing on a billion-dollar roster. What?
Look, chicks dig the long ball. Voters dig the long ball. I'll give you this. Nico Horner's got nearly an RBI per game. So if he ends up putting up 120 RBIs, it doesn't matter if he only has 15 home runs, 20 home runs. It doesn't matter. He hits close to 300 and he steals 30 to 40 bags, which is what he's on pace to do. Yeah, he'll be in the mix. He'll be in the mix. I'll give you that. I just don't think that Nico Horner is going to have, he's not going to be averaging an RBI per game basically as this season goes on. He does play great defense. Again, I don't think you're totally crazy, but it's just of course you give us a Chicago Cub.
But I give you a player as an example because obviously he's a guy right now that is on fire, but just doesn't hit a ton of home runs. He's going to finish the season with like 12 home runs. All right, so what Nico does, he's had a power surge early in the season, but he's going to finish with 12 home runs, and he's a leadoff hitter, so the RBIs are probably going to dwindle down. But this kid hits night after night after night, and he absolutely is the reason why the Cubs are where they're at. Because as Nico Horner goes, that lineup goes. But let's stick with LA. The LA Dodgers currently leading the NL West by a half a game over the San Diego Padres. How many games do you think the Dodgers take the division by at year's end? A, 1 to 3 games. B, 4 to 7 games. C, 8+ games. Or D, they don't win the division. Pat?
I'm going to say that they end up winning this division by 4 to 7 games. I think San Diego will stay competitive. If the Dodgers end up winning, let's say 98 to 100 games, I think San Diego probably wins 92 to 94. So I think they'll stay within reaching distance. Again, let's not forget last year the Padres had the division lead for all of like a day in August, and then they, of course, sputtered down the stretch. But you look at the final standings of the 2025 season, and the Dodgers won the division by only 3 games. So I think they win it by at least one more game this year. They weren't dealing with the catastrophe of starting pitching injuries that they had last year. But I think San Diego overall, they're a pretty damn good squad. Their offense has done pretty well. Their pitching needs to get better. They've already given up 131 runs in 30 games, so that's like 4.5 runs per game. That's not great. But this offense has been clicking. Again, you look up and down the lineup. Tatis off to probably a bit of a slow start, and he's already got 13 ribbies and 8 stolen bases. Bogarts is off to a great start after the nightmare season he had last year. Ramon Laureano's already got 18 RBIs. Machado, average needs to be higher. OPS needs to be higher. But like these guys are kind of like at the bottom of like the top of their floor and the bottom of their ceiling. And San Diego's finding plenty of ways to win ball games. So I think that alone, how consistently decent they've been, will serve them throughout the year. I don't think this team's going to go through a big funk. So I think they'll push the Dodgers maybe until the first week of September or so, but I think the Dodgers win this division by 4 to 7 games. So I'll go with B.
I'm going to go with A, 1-3. I think it's going to be an ultra tight race, much tighter than some people suspect, including Pat. We're going to see what Brandon says here in a second, but I think the San Diego team is going to be knocking at the door. The problem with the Dodgers is this: it's the back end of that bullpen with Edwin Diaz now out. Now, of course, they could insert somebody in there, get some success, maybe go with a rotational approach there, a closer, grab somebody at the trade deadline. Surely they're going to be in the mix to add a couple of bullpen arms. But I think San Diego, you mentioned the offense. They're only number 15 in WRC plus. The last couple of weeks have underachieved somewhat in that area, but they got Mason Miller. Mason Miller's the best closer in baseball. He's a big reason why, no matter the blips on the radar that the starting rotation has, and I think they're going to improve. San Diego's got a better bullpen overall. They're going to be right there, sniffing at the bitter end. 1-3 games, that is it. The Dodgers win the division by come year's end.
Yeah, I disagree with both. I think it's 8+ games. Look, I want the Dodgers to not win this division. I want the Dodgers I want the Padres to find a way to do it. But I look at this Dodgers pitching rotation, like you mentioned, Pat, and I just don't see it. I mean, look, we're only on April 29th, and that's, there's a lot of teams that are still playing good ball on April 29th, and then by May 29th, they're all gone again. So, I don't think the Padres fade off into obscurity. I think that they are a playoff caliber team. I think that they are a wild card team, but I think at some point, you're going to find a spot where they lose 8 out of 10 games while the Dodgers are winning 10 straight, and they're just going to fall out of this race. And that it's just, inevitable with this pitching staff. They don't have enough pitching to hang in the race with the Dodgers. They just don't. I hope they do. I hope I'm wrong. But let's get one more in here. Let's go to the last one. It's a fun one here. You're attending a baseball game at your favorite MLB venue. What's the go-to concession to pair with your ice-cold beer? Are you going with A, the pizza slice, B, the hot dog, C, the soft pretzel, D, the peanuts, or E, none of the above? Brad?
I'm never just on a liquid diet, so I got to have some kind of food pairing. And for me, automatic. Every single time I go to an MLB game, any kind of baseball game, could be a Little League game if they have it available, it's C, soft pretzel, man. That is my jam. No, I'm not dipping it in any kind of like cheese sauce. Just give me standard yellow mustard with the saltiness. It pairs wonderfully with an ice cold beer on a hot summer day. It's a pretzel and a walk.
Yeah, none of the above for me. Give me some tendies, chicken tendies, and specifically at Yankee Stadium where I will be this summer. Tendy bucket with the fries. Yes, come on, stop it. I need chicken. I need my protein. And the tendies at Yankee Stadium smack every time. So give me the big tendy bucket with the fries and the beer, and there you go. And I'm set. I am set.
Yeah, give me a hot summer day at Wrigley with the cold beer and the garlic fries. The garlic fries at Wrigley are amazing. So I'm going with garlic fries, eat none of the above.
I have never had the garlic fries at Wrigley. That is noted.
Oh, my God. Yes, you need to. Next time you go to Wrigley, that's your first stop.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Done.
Garlic fries. Those sound good. All right, we got to take a short break here because when we come back, we're going to talk to Sean Rourke, Director of Editorial for NHL.com. We'll get you filled in on all the top Stanley Cup playoff storylines. Have you not tapped into the hockey playoffs yet? What are you doing? They're electric. All these games are awesome. You got plenty of games going on right now. And if you need a primer to get caught up, we're going to talk to Sean Rourke when we come back. So he can talk puck. He's literally one of the main guys on NHL.com. We'll talk to him when we come back. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. We are efforting our buddy Sean Rourke, the director of editorial for NHL.com. Should have him in the next minute or so. And so while we await, we will get you caught up here with some scores on this very busy playoff Wednesday night. Halftime in the Big D in Detroit. You'll excuse me, I just nearly burped on air. Maybe I should just start letting those rip, Brad. I mean, we're guys, we're dudes, right? What's the best part about hanging out with dudes sometimes? So you can rip the biggest belch. Yeah, I mean, I get it. You know, we're supposed to be a professional broadcaster, but I'm a human. And so next time, and I'm drinking, you know, I've gotten into these Ollie Pops, these like low-calorie sodas. It's like 50 calories. Yeah. I love them. As somebody that loves a good soda, but you know, you're talking about the regular brands being like 100 calories for a soda. This ain't great. I can't do just seltzer. I can't do just sparkling water. I need to have a little bit of sugar, a little bit of flavor, and so I'm on this Ollie Pop kick. I freaking love them. So, but it's causing some burps. So the next one, I think I'm just gonna let it rip, and then maybe you could grade it.
Oh, down game all day. Let's go.
Okay. So, So here we go. Back to the scoreboard update that I was giving before I nearly erupted like Mount Vesuvius. Halftime in Detroit, Pistons were up by as many as, I want to say, 14 or 15. I watched the entire first half on my screen. They were up by as many as 17. Now, a 6-point game at half. Orlando has already cut it to just a 6-point game at the half. It's 66-60 for Detroit. Cade Cunningham. This is, again, Brad, this game's at halftime. Cade Cunningham with 27 points and 4 rebounds.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
He is absolutely dominating, and he's only turned it over twice so far. So he has been awesome. But again, nobody else really stepping up for Detroit. Tobias Harris has 10 points. He's been pretty good in this series, but man, they need that secondary. They need that tertiary scorer in a big way. Meanwhile, for Orlando, Paolo Banchero, the superstar for them, going off. He's got 22 points, 5 rebounds, and 4 assists. So 66-60, Pistons lead the Magic at the half. And then, Brad, Cavaliers-Raptors, Game 5, series tied at 2. By the way, Magic, if they win tonight, the Pistons are gone. As a 1 seed, it'll be the 6th time ever that a 1 seed gets bounced by an 8 seed. So backs against the wall for Detroit. Game 5, Raptors-Cavs, that series tied at 2 apiece. Brett, at halftime in Game 4 on Sunday, the score was 38-36. The score after the first quarter tonight was 38-34. So much more offense in this game tonight. Right now, 8.5 to go in the second quarter. Cavs lead the Raptors 47-46. Back and forth affair. Both teams shooting the ball really, really well. For Cleveland, James Harden, 14 points. He's already got 2 threes for you, Brad. So Beard shooting the ball well so far in the first half. Spite has got 9. Donovan Mitchell. For Toronto, Scotty Barnes with 12 points and 7 assists. Jakob Poeltl with 10 points. Wanted to see more from Brandon Ingram. Said he needed to step up. He's got 1 point. 1 point so far. That's it. So Brandon Ingram not holding up his end of the bargain. On the ice, couple of pivotal games. Game 5 in a series tied at 2 apiece between the Canadiens and the Lightning. Montreal still in front 2-1 midway through the second period. Last, we gave you an update on that game. Brendan Gallagher opened the scoring 3 minutes in. Then Dominic James tied it for the Lightning Bolts in the second period. And then not even 15 seconds later, Kirby Dach scored for the Habs to give them the lead right back. So it's 2-1 Canadiens looking to take a 3-2 lead and then try to close that thing out back home north of the border in Game 6. Speaking of Game 6, Flyers-Penguins, end of the first period, they are scoreless. Philly led that series 3-0. Pittsburgh's won 2 in a row. Can they force a Game 7? Only 4 teams in Stanley Cup playoff history have completed an 0-3 comeback. Okay, still waiting on Sean Rourke. So in the meantime, Brad, why don't we get an update here, early update, but an update nonetheless on our crew game that we play every night. Let's Go Streaking, where everybody on the crew picks one player just to get a hit. And how are we looking here early on, Mr. Brad Evans? Because I think you might already be in the W board.
Yeah, unfortunately, your guy, Corbin Carroll, because we both have slithering snakes, is 0-1, but it's early. Just the bottom of the second inning as Milwaukee up 2-0 on the visiting Arizona Diamondbacks, but sinking his fangs into Brandon Sprout is Eldemaro Vargas. He's got a hit at his first at bat, so I'm already streaking again. Ballesteros did me dirty last night. Actually, did me dirty again today. But Vargas, saving the day so far. He's got a hit. Meanwhile, let's check the Mets. Oh, the Mets getting clobbered by Washington. They're down 9-1 right now in the bottom of the fourth. As, let's see, Zach had Carson Benji. He's 0-2 so far, so does not have a hit yet. And Brando, remind me who Brandon had, if you don't mind. I don't know if he's even playing yet. Do you have that?
Combs went with Bobby Witt.
Bobby Witt. Yeah, they don't start until 8:40 Central, 9:40 Eastern, because they're in the sack taking on the Athletics. So again, Vargas on the board for me. We're going to wait on Corbin Carroll. We're going to wait on Benji as well for the New York Mets. But at least we got one on the board. Hopefully, we're going to sweep it and cash again at better 4-1 odds at BetMGM.
Beautiful. Let's see if we can do it. Sorry, I'm actually corresponding with Sean Rourke right now. He is attempting to join the stream, and I think he's having some technical difficulties. So I'm just emailing him back right now to just send me his phone number, and we can do this puppy over the phone. There's Sean. There he is. All right, looks like we got Sean Rourke here. So let's get him on in here, and let's talk to Sean Rourke, the director of editorial for NHL.com. We can find him on Twitter at @SRourke_NHL. Sean, it's Pat and Brad. Appreciate you working through some technical difficulties, brother, but it's great to have you. How you doing?
I'm doing great, guys. Thanks for having me. I really appreciate it.
Okay. All right. Awesome. Let's dive right into it. Sean his volume was a little low in my ear, Brad. I don't know if that was the same for you.
Yeah, same for me.
So if that's the case, maybe we could get his volume up a little bit louder, Combs. But Sean, let's start with the reigning 2-time Western Conference champion Edmonton Oilers here, fighting for their lives. Last night, Game 5, down 3-1 in the series to this young Anaheim Ducks team playing in the postseason for the first time since 2018. Oilers gave you a classic backs-against-the-wall elimination game at home, netting 3 early goals en route to a dominant win, but they still need to rattle off 2 more, and it's not just about willpower. Leon Draisaitl appears to still not be 100% after returning from his injury that cost him the last few weeks of the regular season. And now Connor McDavid looks like he's battling an ankle injury as well. Do you think the Ducks find a way to close this out with an Oilers team that's pretty clearly not at 100%?
I do, just because there's the 2-game cushion, right? They get to go home now and they get last match. You know, Connor had a great game. His last 2 games have been his best games, but you could see he's clearly limited. The same with Leon Draisaitl. They've gotten a good amount of depth scoring to this point, but they need more from those big guys. And Anaheim, who did not play well going into the playoffs, losing, I think, 9 of their last 11 games and looking ill on defense, has kind of found a way to at least tread water defensively and really kind of torch the Oilers, especially on special teams.
Sean, Brad Evans here. We appreciate you giving us some time and find through the technical issues. Continuing on with the Oilers and this current core, our producer, Brandon Combs, posed a question the other day to us. Is Connor McDavid going to be the greatest player to never win a cup? Why do teams led by McDavid always seem to find a way to lose? What do you say?
Well, I don't know because there's so much time left, and you look at all the players that have been traded or left at some point to go and win a cup, right? Ray Bork is one of the first ones that jumps out to mind, but there's been so many since then. It's not like the NBA where you shop for teams and chances, but there is an opportunity, to either be traded or to leave in free agency. So he may never win one with Edmonton, but that's not even over for this season. I think one of the biggest things, right, is just the way that the cap works in the NHL, and star players eat up so much of your cap. And when you look at the teams that win the cup, they tend to be very deep teams, and they get a lot of depth scoring, and they go through a lot of bodies to get to where they need to go to win 16 games. And sometimes I'm not sure that Edmonton's had that ability because of where all their money's tied up. And it's not just in those two players, it's also Nurse and some other players, Hyman. So, they're kind of top heavy, where you find that most teams that have won the cup have been a bit more balanced.
Sean, the Bruins have found a way to win in overtime. At least they did last night, even after the first game winner was waved off because a ref intended to blow the whistle. Is Boston good enough to win this series, or was this just a blip on the radar for Buffalo? What do you think?
No, I think Boston's good enough to win this series. Again, they're going to have the same problem. They get this time they get to go home and play Game 6, and then they're going to go back into Buffalo for a raucous Game 7. If you want to put a bucket list item on your list of things to do, go to Buffalo for a big playoff game in hockey, because they've waited so long for it. It's been so pent up that it's going to be crazy in Game 7. But the reason they have a hint of a chance is because they have the better goaltender. Jeremy Swayman is by far the best goaltender in this series. Buffalo's already switched out their goaltenders. Alex Lyon's been really good, but he wasn't the guy who started this. It was UPL, and he gave up that bad goal in Game 2, and Lindy Ruff decided to switch to Alex Lyon, who's been really good this season. But neither one of them are in the category of Jeremy Swayman. And whenever you're picking, somebody to win a must-win game, you always go with the best goalie.
We're talking to Sean Rourke here on BetMGM tonight. Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And Sean is the director of editorial for NHL.com. You can follow him on Twitter at @SRourke. That is ROARKE_NHL. Talking Stanley Cup playoffs. Sean, this Golden Knights Mammoth series is wild. I mean, talk about holy momentum swings. Every game has either been close throughout or looked like blowouts before wild rallies made them close. And in Game 4, Vegas went up 3-0 on the road, watched the Mammoth nearly blow the roof off the Delta Center with 4 goals in a row, and then the Golden Knights found their bearings to come back and win in OT. They've been brutal lately on the power play, 1 for their last 12. They've shuffled it up a lot throughout this series. Do you think John Tortorella is maybe over-managing and tweaking it too much? Or do the Golden Knights simply need to be better on the man advantage if they're going to win this series?
Well, I think they need to be better, but the whole thing is Utah's not letting them. I think the difference in this series so far has been the speed of the Utah Mammoth, and when you watch them actually turn it up and play at the highest speed that they can, Vegas can't match it, right? And so you look at last game and Vegas goes up 3-0, and you're like, wow, they figured him out. And then Utah just turned it on, and they were able to do pretty much whatever they wanted. Special teams is so funny in the playoffs. When you look at it, there's some really good power play teams who have done nothing in the playoffs. I covered the entirety of the Carolina and Ottawa series. There were 3 power play goals in that whole series. 2 came in Game 4. The Ottawa Senators were 0 for 21, and they didn't convert on 4 5-on-3s. Like, you can study power plays and tendencies so much going into the playoffs, and then you become so familiar with what the players are trying to do in the course of a series that it's really hard for even good power plays to get untracked. Again, you look at Edmonton, and they've been okay, but they haven't been where they were in the regular season because a coach like Joe Quenneville could just pick apart, and his staff, they could just pick apart tendencies, they could pick apart how they enter the zone, and they can negate a lot of that, and there's not as much time for the power play to change wholeheartedly to break whatever tendencies they've picked up on.
Sean, the Avs made light work of the Kings, who then said goodbye to Anze Kopitar. So 2-part question for the novices out there. Number 1, just how good was Kopitar, and what did he mean to hockey in LA? And 2, are the Avs going to steamroll their way to another Stanley Cup?
Well, for the first part, Anze Kopitar is unbelievably important to hockey in general, hockey in LA, hockey at home in Slovenia. I was lucky enough to cover an Olympics that he played in with the Slovenian team. The man is a national hero. The other players on the team looked up to him. He's helped that country grow its hockey program. He's put a lot back into it. In LA, he became the face of a franchise that was unbelievably successful, and he did so many great things, and he kind of did it with very little fanfare. He's not the flashiest player. He's not going to score the most points, but he's a 200-foot player, and he played with class and grace, and he's certainly going to be missed. This is going to be a new generation of the LA Kings. You have Drew Doughty left, who today said he wants to stay with the team. He wants to be the next captain, but once Drew leaves, there's nothing left from that championship team, and they're going to have to find a new identity. So, I think Anze Kopitar was invaluable, and I think hockey is a less place for him not being in it any longer. And as far as the Colorado Avalanche, look, I picked them to go to the final against the Carolina Hurricanes. I know I went way out on a line on that one. Total chalk. But I think their next round, when they play Minnesota or Dallas, is going to tell the tale of their season. I think either one of those teams can beat them. The bad part is Colorado's been sitting at home for 4 days now, and the Minnesota Wild and Dallas Stars have been beating the absolute snot out of each other. It's one of the most physical and demanding series I think that we've seen in the first round, and whoever comes out of it, they're already injured, both teams. Whoever comes out of it is going to be playing shorthanded just because of the toll that those 6 or 7 games of no quarter hockey are going to take.
Yeah, Sean, you said you had Avalanche Hurricanes as your Stanley Cup?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think if you're a neutral fan, I think that's a Stanley Cup that we deserve. Two teams, Carolina's been knocking on the doorstep for years now. Avalanche are the best team in hockey by far. Those would be the two best teams in the Stanley Cup final if that's indeed the cup that we get. Sean, this Wild Stars series is just as bananas as Vegas, Utah, and Montreal, Tampa Bay. You mentioned it, how physical it's been. Minnesota got the huge road win last night to push Dallas to the brink, and now the Wild can close it out at home in Game 6. Dallas made a major move after last year's loss in the conference final to the Oilers. Their third straight exit in that round, canning Pete DeBoer. If they go out in the first round here, how much leash do you think head coach Glenn Gulutzin gets? I mean, this Coors window is closing quick.
Yeah, I don't think you can hold them responsible for this. Look, Rupe Hintz is missing. He's the key to their whole offense. The Minnesota Wild have been able to take apart the middle of the ice, take it away from the Stars, and that's Rupe's bread and butter. Like, if he was in this series, the power play is going to be different. Their ability to attack 5-on-5 is going to be different. All of those things. I mean, this is a key guy that's missing. Again, with a little bit more name recognition, you'd be like, oh my God, I can't believe they're playing without that guy. So, I think that's huge. Miro Heiskanen is playing compromised. He was hurt coming into the playoffs. He looks like he's not compromised, but there's clearly something there. These two teams have played series after series, and they've been razor thin. So I don't foresee a loss in the first round to the Minnesota Wild, who are one of the 5 best teams in hockey, and it just ends up that the two teams get seeded that way. I don't see that as a referendum on what Glenn's done this year. I think he's been fantastic.
Okay. Sean Rourke with us here for about another minute and a half or so on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. Sean, finally, a lot of rumors about Senators captain Brady Tkachuk and where he wants to play his future hockey. Didn't have a good series against Carolina in the sweep, getting held without a point. He tried to shut down rumors today about wanting to play elsewhere and said he's fully committed to Ottawa, where he's got 2 seasons left on his contract. Do you believe him? And even if he is fully committed, is there any scenario where Ottawa maybe deals him in the next 8 months?
Look, I think there's always a scenario, somebody comes with an offer that just makes so much sense that you can't do it. But I don't believe that's what Ottawa wants to do. I believe that's the man they're going to build their franchise around. I believe it. I believe what Brady said. Look, like I said, I covered that series. Brady was bleeding throughout it, wanting to do something. Nobody for Ottawa did well in that series. The Carolina Hurricanes are just a wagon. Defensively, they play man-on-man, and their sticks are everywhere, and they were able to completely shut out that Ottawa team. But when it was over, Brady was at the point of tears, right, talking about how heartbroken he was. He said it 4 times, other words, some that weren't printable, the whole thing. Like, I think he took it very keenly. I think he is very invested in the Ottawa Senators. I don't think that Brady Tkachuk knows another way to play hockey. You look at the start of that series, game 1, 3 seconds in, he's fighting Jordan Staal to try and send the message. This thing in the Four Nations with the USA, it doesn't matter what sweater he wears. That's a kid, much like his brother Matthew, that just they're invested in the team that they're representing. And I think that Brady is proud to be an Ottawa Senator, and I think that's where he wants to be. Now, look, 2 years is a very long time in the NHL. A lot of things change in 2 years. The Ottawa Senators could change, Brady could change, but right now, I think what he said today was the God's honest truth.
Sean, we appreciate the time and the insight so much, man. You got a large undertaking on your hand here throughout this entire postseason, keeping everybody abreast and writing great articles on NHL.com and editing the whole thing, making sure everybody is giving out the great stuff and words that are worth reading to everybody that want to keep in the loop on the Stanley Cup playoffs. So we appreciate it so much, man. Enjoy the rest of the postseason. We hope to chat with you soon.
Yeah, no worries. Anytime. Just give me a ring, and hopefully we'll get past the technical difficulties next time, and we're good to go now.
Hey, well, you're a soldier for fighting through it, so we appreciate it, man. Thank you, Sean.
Yeah,
Thanks, Sean.
There you go. Sean Rourke, Director of Editorial for NHL.com, as we hit on all the major storylines in the Stanley Cup playoffs. We'll take a short break. 310-840-4910 is the number to join. When we come back, we'll get you caught up on the 2 Stanley Cup playoff games going on right now, the 2 NBA playoff games as well. We'll revisit the hot topics of the day. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. We've got Mary Kay Cabot joining the show in just over 10 minutes from now. She covers the Cleveland Browns for Cleveland.com. She's also the Pro Football Hall of Fame 2025 Bill Nunn Award winner, and she is a Hall of Fame selector, so can't wait to talk with her after her big reporting today that the Browns are leaning towards Deshaun Watson as their starting quarterback, and that Todd Monken hopes to name a starter after their mandatory minicamp coming up in the second week of June. But before we get to her, I want a huge shout out to Sean Rourke for joining us in the last segment, director of editorial for NHL.com. Had great insight and great thoughts on all the series that we rapid fire asked him about. So appreciate his time. Get you a quick scoreboard update here. Midway through the third quarter, Magic hanging tough. It's a 5-point game as they're trying to end the Detroit Pistons season. 76-71, Detroit leads it. Cade Cunningham now with 30 points midway through the third quarter. And for Orlando, Paolo Banchero, 25 points, 6 rebounds, and 5 assists. We've hit halftime in Cleveland. High-scoring affair between the Raptors and the Cavs. 74-67, Toronto leads on the road. They were nearly double-digit underdogs, Brad. Raptors trying to take a 3-2 series lead. Every starter is in double figures except Brandon Ingram, who still has one lousy point.
Wow.
I mean, he can't even be on the floor right now. He can't even be on the floor. I don't know if he's injured. I'm looking at, again, I've had this game on in the multi-view. They're at halftime now, so I've been trying to pay attention as much as I can to it. He's only played 11 minutes. I don't know if he's hurt, but he has just been downright dreadful. He's only taken 2 shots. He's got to be hurt. There's got to be something going on with Brandon Ingram. Everybody else on the team has been great. They're up by 7 despite Brandon Ingram scoring just 1 point. Meanwhile, for Cleveland, the Beard, James Harden, 3 threes at halftime, Brad. So that's nice for you. He's got 19 points. Donovan Mitchell's got 11. But again, this Toronto offense, 64% from the field, 60% from deep. So, boy, that would be quite the stunner if the Cavaliers went up 2-0 and looked dominant in those first 2 games at home, and then they lose 3 in a row and are on the brink of elimination after making the giant trade for James Harden at the deadline. Oh, boy. Brad, we got about 2 minutes here left in this segment. Anything on your mind that we didn't get a chance to get to here today that you want to discuss in the last couple of minutes?
Yeah, honestly, I'm really excited to hear what Mary Kay Cabot's got to say, not only about the Deshaun Watson news, but I'm going to give you an assignment, mi amigo. As you know, I am a strong advocate for the world of fantasy football. I'm curious what her early thoughts are on the pair of rookie wide receivers that they brought in and who she feels, based on maybe some of the intel she's already gathered. I know it's still fresh with this franchise, who she believes is going to be the primary target out of Casey Concepcion or Denzel Boston. Both those guys I think are excellent fits for this offensive scheme. Is it going to come at the expense of Harold Fannin Jr.? So do some detective work. Be the esteemed investigator that you are, the gumshoe, and do a little digging on my behalf because I really like Casey Concepcion. And whether it's going to be Deshaun Watson, Shedeur Sanders for the majority of the season, maybe a little sprinkling of Dylan Gabriel, I think he is going to see at least 110 to 115 targets in this offense and could surpass 800, 850 yards in year number 1. Love his skill set.
You said that you're talking about Casey Concepcion?
Yep, correct.
Yeah, and I wonder because they're 2 very different receivers. Denzel Boston, big, 6'4", 212-pound, big body receiver. You think more a possession guy, definitely going to play on the outside. Whereas Concepcion, 6 feet tall, $196, speedster, burner, can play. He's going to could be punt returner, could be kick returner, yards after the catch, his specialty. So yeah, with those 2 different receivers, I really do wonder what kind of offense Todd Monken is going to employ. If it's anything like we saw at Baltimore, again, they utilize a spread offense And so, Zay Flowers is a guy for the Ravens over the last couple of years that they can line him up on the outside. They line up him in the slot. I will definitely ask her. I'll ask her for sure, brother. Enjoy the rest of your night, man, and can't wait to do it again with you tomorrow.
I'm going to go grab a Yazzo. See you, buddy.
There we go. Ice cream for Brad. Mary Kay Cabot for us when we come back right here on BetMGM tonight.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. We bid adieu to Brad Evans for the night, and that means we've got 2 solo hours now as we take you to 11 p.m. Eastern every Monday through Friday. I'm Pat Boyle, and we're brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Well, coming off the big football news of the day, we started the show with it. Let's get the expert insight now. From Mary Kay Cabot, Browns beat writer for Cleveland.com and The Plain Dealer. She was also the recipient of the Pro Football Hall of Fame Bill Nunn Award in 2025, and she is a Pro Football Hall of Fame selector. Mary Kay, it's Pat Boyle. I appreciate you joining the show. How you doing?
I'm doing great. How you doing?
Doing awesome. Look, we appreciate you for your tremendous reporting as always. That gave us the opening segment of our show after voluntary minicamp finished up for the Browns a few days ago. You mentioned Deshaun Watson has emerged with an edge over Shedeur Sanders and has the inside track to be named QB1. After coming off of back-to-back Achilles surgeries, what did head coach Todd Monken see from Deshaun Watson that has him leaning towards being the starter?
Well, he hasn't said anything about that yet. We haven't been able to actually talk to him and get his take on that yet. But I was out there actually for the first day of voluntary mini camp, and I definitely scored it that Deshaun won the day. You can see the ball is coming out quickly. He is operating the new offense more efficiently, and he just looks the part of a starting quarterback. He's done everything he needed to do to get ready for this opportunity and for this new scheme, and he's adapting to it very well. And even though Shedeur Sanders and Dylan Gabriel also look good in this offseason program, really Deshaun just emerged from this voluntary minicamp and the first part of the offseason program with that edge and a chance to really make something of this.
So I saw your reporting as well that Todd Monken ideally wants to name a starter very early after mandatory minicamp, which is June 9th to the 11th. So I'll just ask you here for your opinion. Do you think if he is the starter, do you think Deshaun Watson is the right choice for the Browns at QB1 to start the year?
Well, first of all, when Todd Monken says that he wants to have his depth chart set by the end of minicamp, that doesn't necessarily mean that the number 2 guy or the number 3 guy can't come from behind and win the start and be the opening day starter. It just means that he would like to know the identity of his QB1 by the end of minicamp. And I don't even think it's going to take that long at all. I really think that over the next few weeks or maybe heading into organized team activities that he probably will realize and know and maybe even name Deshaun as his QB1, getting all the first team reps. So it's really just a matter of who he wants at the top of the depth chart right now, more so than declaring a starter for opening day.
Okay, and so I'll ask you, do you think Deshaun Watson would be the right choice to be the Browns starting quarterback to start the year, if that indeed does happen?
I do right now, yes, because when I look at this Cleveland Browns offense right now, it is a very, very young offense, probably the youngest offense in the NFL. And they're going to have 5 new starters on the offensive line, unless Joel Bitonio decides to come back at left guard. But as of right now, it looks like it's going to be 5 new starters on the offensive line, including a rookie left tackle and a rookie center. They'll have 2 rookie receivers that they just drafted, and then really young guys at other positions, including second-year tight end Harold Fannin Jr. and second-year running backs Quinshon Judkins and Dylan Sampson. So most of their guys are going to be first and second-year players. And that's a tall order for a really young quarterback who's still finding his own way, especially when everybody on the unit is learning a new scheme and new terminology.
Talking to Mary Kay Cabot here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Mary Kay is the Browns beat writer for Cleveland.com and the Plain Dealer. Also is the Pro Football Hall of Fame Bill Nunn Award winner in 2025, and she is a Hall of Fame selector. Mary Kay, at this point, so again, I know it's early. I know things could change. But, I mean, do you think Dylan Gabriel might be better off elsewhere than in Cleveland? I know he played last season for a large portion after they traded Joe Flacco, but I mean, if he ends up being the third quarterback on this depth chart going into the year, after being the third-round draft pick where Shedeur slid all the way to the fifth round, I mean, is Dylan Gabriel even realistically in the future plans at all for this team?
Well, as of right now, he is vying for the third quarterback spot on the roster, along with their sixth-round pick, Taylon Green, out of Arkansas. And so the way that it stands right now, it's not a great opportunity for Dylan Gabriel to try to get some playing time this season. But stranger things have happened here. Last year, Shedeur Sanders was the fourth quarterback on the depth chart and ended up starting the final 7 games of the season. So I really do believe that there is a chance that even Dylan Gabriel could end up on the field this year, depending on how things play out. So I think it's too early to necessarily want to give up on him. They are going to go to camp with these 4 quarterbacks. And then Deshaun and Shedeur will compete for the starting job. The other 2 guys will compete for the number 3 job. And then one way or the other, I think that someone will end up on the practice squad. So, anything can happen. And Dylan found that out last year as well as everybody else did.
Yeah. Mary Kay, what do you think overall of the Browns draft? I'm going to be honest. I think they crushed it. After the exodus of this O-line in the offseason, grabbed 2 tackles in the first 2 days. I like the Spencer Fano pick at 9 overall after they traded back. Got some extra picks as well. And then to get both Casey Concepcion and Denzel Boston, 2 very different receivers, but very talented ones. And then got more O-line depth later in the draft. Do you think Andrew Berry knocked it out of the park? Because I think a lot of people are giving the Browns an A for how they drafted this past week, and I got to agree with that.
Well, yeah, I agree. He crushed it. He did knock it out of the park. I didn't think it would be possible to top the draft that he had last year, but I think he actually may have pulled it off. Now, having said that, remember, it's a lot easier to have a good draft when you have 2 first-round picks and 3 in the first 39. When it didn't look like they were drafting as well, those were some years where they didn't have any first-round picks because of the Deshaun Watson trade. So certainly on paper, it looks really great. Hopefully for them, it will turn out to be in real life as good as it looks on paper because, as you mentioned, it really looks like they crushed it.
Yeah, talking to Mary Kay Cabot here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. She's the Browns beat writer for Cleveland.com and the Plain Dealer. My co-host Brad, who does the first 3 hours of the show, is a big fantasy football fan, Mary Kay. So he wanted me to ask you this specifically. And, again, it's April 29th, so a lot of this will be conjecture. But who do you think could project to have more of a role in Todd Monken's offense between the 2 rookie receivers? Would it be Casey Concepcion, who I would think is probably going to play more out of the slot, 6 feet tall, speed burner? Or do you think Denzel Boston could have a big role, big 6'4", 210-pound, big body possession receiver? Who do you think, if you had a guess or if you had to make a prediction, who has the better rookie season between those 2?
It's a tough call. It really is because they are so different and they will have different roles and do different things. But I guess I will just go with KC based on the fact that they drafted him higher. He's a first-round pick, and I know they have an enormous role carved out for him.
Okay. All right. And finally, Mary Kay, what kind of season do you think Harold Fannin is in for? Because, going into last year, I was somebody that still thought David Njoku could play at an all-pro level. I'm sure he probably was frustrated at the lack of opportunities that he got with Kevin Stefanski still at the head coach at times. But Harold Fannin Jr., look, he got a ton of opportunities in the red zone, cashed in with a handful of touchdowns, had a great rookie season, and I still think he's probably under the radar considering, the Browns did have another rough year. But, I think his ceiling this year is somebody that could be an all-pro. That's how good I think Harold Fannin can be, especially now that they have some more pieces around this offense. So what kind of season and do you think Harold Fannin is in for, and is he going to be one of the main targets for this squad?
Yes, he'll definitely be one of the main targets for this team again, and I'm very curious to see how he fares when he has some consistent quarterback play. It was a rough year for everybody last year here with what was going on with the quarterbacks, but somehow Harold managed to rise above it. So I am eager to see what Harold's going to be able to do if they could get some good and consistent QB play this season. But I would look for him to have a very, very big year. I think he'll be a Pro Bowler in his own right this year, and maybe challenge for All Pro. So definitely watch out for him as one of the top targets for sure.
Okay, finally talking to Mary Kay Cabot here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. Let's look at maybe the most talented player on this offense, and that is now second-round running back Quinshon Judkins, who the Browns took number 36 overall out of Ohio State last year. Was having such a great rookie season. Burst onto the scene with a couple of monster games, had over 80 rushing yards in 4 out of his first 6 games, a bunch of touchdowns on the ground as well, had the 3-touchdown game against Miami, and then at the very end of the season suffered the brutal ankle injury. He's rehabbing at voluntary minicamp, was the reporting that I saw. So ultimately, I guess it might be tough to tell with a timeline, but what do you think, as far as you know, are the plans for Quinshon Judkins as we get closer to the season? Do they expect to try to have him ready to go for week 1?
Yes, I think he will be ready to go for week 1, and I think they'll ramp him up as they move throughout training camp. He probably won't start training camp full go. They will make sure that they're not overworking him and that they're bringing him along so that he can get through the season. But I do expect that he will be ready for week 1.
Okay. All right. Awesome stuff. As always, huge fan of your reporting. Mary Kay, you do a tremendous job getting inside scoop and, just really knowing the team inside and out. So we really appreciate your time tonight and hope to catch up with you soon.
Sounds good. Thanks for having me.
There you go. Mary Kay Cabot covers the Cleveland Browns for Cleveland.com and Plain Dealer, recipient of the Bill Nunn Award for the Pro Football Hall of Fame last year, and she is a Pro Football Hall of Fame selector. We appreciate her time, and make sure you follow her on Twitter at Mary Kay Cabot. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. When we come back, we'll get you an update on the 4 playoff games in the NBA and Stanley Cup that we've got going on right now, and I've got some thoughts on last night's finishes as well. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight, right here on Westwood One Sports.
Good stuff, Pat.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Huge thanks to Mary Kay Cabot, who joined us last segment, Cleveland Browns beat writer for Cleveland.com. She's one of the best in the biz. Great insight, and it was her excellent reporting earlier today that we led the show with, and so figured we would revisit that topic and chat with her tonight regarding the reporting again that Deshaun Watson has emerged from voluntary minicamp as the inside track to be QB1 for the Cleveland Browns, and that Todd Monken maybe not going to name his starter for week 1, but wants his depth chart to be finished at the end of mandatory minicamp the second week of June. Although, let's be honest, that's basically going to tell us who's going to be the starting quarterback to start the season for the Cleveland Browns. And all intents and purposes, it feels like it's going to be Deshaun Watson. Brad and I debated that to start the show. We both agree the Browns will be wasting their time if Deshaun Watson is their starting quarterback this season. They should just go right to Shedeur Sanders because Deshaun Watson doesn't have it anymore. And I realized, look, I understand everything Mary Kay was saying, and she's been around the game and she's been around this team for so long. She's literally a Hall of Famer, and she gets to pick who gets into the Hall of Fame. But just because this Cleveland offense is young, I just don't think that means you need a veteran quarterback, because if you have a young quarterback that, these young guys won't be able to get brought along. I mean, I think there's something to be said about leadership. And I think that even in year 2, Shedeur Sanders probably has as much leadership as Deshaun Watson. Not to mention, you need somebody that is durable. You need somebody that is consistent playing at quarterback. And, I mean, look, the last we've seen of Deshaun Watson, he was awful. Right shoulder injury, needed surgery on that, then tears his Achilles, and then tears his Achilles while rehabbing the torn Achilles. I mean, you also need somebody. Look, this Browns offensive line has undergone a lot of changes in the offseason. What's the chances that they're going to be a top 10 unit? Unlikely, in my opinion. So you're going to need a quarterback that can move. And we know Shedeur Sanders can move because he was constantly under pressure at Colorado when he was in college, and he was constantly under pressure last year despite having what was supposed to be a good offensive line. Anyway, 310-840-4910 if you want to get in on that conversation. Huge shout out to Mary Kay for joining us. I'm watching this Pistons Magic game, so let's get you caught up here on the 4 playoff games going on right now. Detroit trying to pull away, trying to keep their season alive and get it back to Orlando for a game 6. They're down 3-1. It's 106-98. Detroit leads it under 7 minutes to go in the ball game. Cade Cunningham having a monster performance. 37 points, 4 rebounds, 5 assists. Tobias Harris, he's getting better as this series goes on. He just bricked a 3. But he's got 21 points. Meanwhile, for Orlando, Paolo Banchero is saying to Cade Cunningham, anything you could do, I can do better. Cade's got 37. Paolo Banchero's got 39 to go with 8 rebounds and 7 assists. So 2 of the bright young stars in the NBA are going off right now, blow for blow. Pistons, 6 minutes away from keeping their season alive and forcing a game 6. Meanwhile, quite the surprising development in Cleveland. Remember when the Cavaliers were up 2-0 against the Raptors and they were just breezing through this series, dominated those first 2 games at home? Well, Toronto then flipped this series on its head, won game 3 by 22, won a gritty defensive battle in game 4, and now the Raptors lead the Cavs 89-82 with 6 minutes to go in the third quarter here in game 5. Toronto looking to win 3 straight games and take a 3-2 series lead. RJ Barrett, who's had an awesome series, continues to play at such a high level. He's got 22 points to lead the way for the Raptors. By the way, meanwhile, remember we last gave you an update on this game, and I said, man, Brandon Ingram has been a disaster in this series, and he's only got 1 point. I said he's got to be hurt. Something's got to be wrong with him. Yeah, he actually has a right heel inflammation. Left the game and will not return. So he's rolled out for the remainder of the contest. And I didn't get a chance to see if that was something that Brandon Ingram suffered specifically in that game, or if it's something that has been bothering him. My opinion, my thoughts is it's probably something that's been bothering him because he just has not looked like himself at all in this series. So Brandon Ingram not going to return for Toronto. And honestly, look, I mean, he's probably been playing hurt. They've been better without him. So Jamal Shedd is stepping up. He's got 15 points off the bench for the Raptors. Meanwhile, for Cleveland, James Harden with 19 points, Donovan Mitchell with 15. But they can't stop this Toronto offense. Raptors, again, 90 points midway through the third quarter. 90 points. Wow. That's absurd. All right, over to the ice. Stanley Cup playoff update. 11 minutes to go. Game 5. Series tied at 2 apiece. Canadiens Lightning. And the Habs lead at 3-2. This game's been wild. Producer Brandon Combs, I know, has been watching this one. It's been back and forth. You had 2 goals in the span of 10 seconds. And then the Lightning tied it back up at the end of the second period with Jake Getzel scoring his second goal of this series. And then Alexander Teixeira scored for Montreal a minute into the third period. And that's where we are at. Again, every game so far in this series has been decided by just one goal. 3 games have gone to OT. And there has not been a lead of larger than 1 at any point in this series. So if Montreal scores the next goal, it'll be the first time that either of these teams have been up by more than a goal. And then meanwhile, we're headed to the third period in Philadelphia, and it is scoreless between the Penguins and the Flyers. Flyers were up 3-0 in that series. Pittsburgh, with a win tonight, would claw all the way back to force a Game 7 in the Berg on this weekend. I think that game is either Friday or Saturday. Let's see. Game 7 would be on Saturday in Pittsburgh if the Penguins can hold on and win. So there's your update on the scores going on right now. 310, 840, 4910. I got some takes from last night's game, though. Mentioned it earlier. Want to expand on it here. The New York Knicks looked like a championship team these past 2 games. And again, I mean a championship team, like a team that could win the NBA title. And when the playoffs began, yes, I'm a diehard Knicks fan, but I thought they've got the experience, they've got the pieces, and I'm not somebody that was getting caught up in what was a largely mediocre regular season for the New York Knicks. I mean, I'll be the first one to admit it. They went 53-29 when going into this season. You knew the Pacers were not going to have Tyrese Halliburton, and they ended up being terrible. The Boston Celtics did not have Jason Tatum for most of the year. And the Detroit Pistons were a young up-and-coming team, but the Knicks knocked them out of the playoffs last year. Cleveland Cavaliers were the 1 seed in the East last season, but, they had a rough start to the year and then traded for James Harden. So, again, the Knicks probably should have won close to 60 games, just considering all that, but they didn't. And they got the 3 seed in the East. And everybody, once Jason Tatum came back in March, I felt like most basketball fans, and certainly non-Knicks fans, said, oh, this is Boston's conference. This is the Celtics' conference to lose. And it's either them or the Pistons. The Knicks, an afterthought. Team that went to the conference finals last year. Team that went to the second round 2 years in a row before that. Team that has Jalen Brunson, who's an all-pro. OG Anunoby, one of the best 3-and-D players in the NBA. Josh Hart, the best fast break bucket getter in the NBA. All around Hart, excellent defense, intensity, great rebounder, the best undersized rebounder in the NBA as well. New head coach in Mike Brown. A lot of people were upset that Tom Thibodeau got fired, that the Knicks fired Tibbs. I get it. It was the right move. And I still think it'll be the right move. And going into the postseason, yeah, like I said, I'm a diehard Knicks fan. I picked them to get to the finals because I thought they would beat Boston, and I think that Detroit is fraudulent. And they're winning by 7 right now with 4.5 to go, but Orlando has got a chance to knock them out in the first round. And so look, I'll say this. It's either the Knicks or the Celtics that are going to the finals. Whoever wins that series, that's your de facto Eastern Conference Finals. No disrespect to whoever wins the Cleveland or Toronto series, and I hope it's the Raptors because I like when James Harden fails. Sorry. That's my opinion. I'm not going to change it. I'm not going to hide it. I like when James Harden fails. So I'd like the Raptors to win that series. And they've got a couple of former Knicks that I would love to see do well. RJ Barrett and Emmanuel Quickly. Hopefully, he can get healthy and see the floor at some point in this series. He's missed all 5 games with a hamstring strain. So I hope Toronto wins that series. But even if Cleveland does, I don't think they're a threat to get to the finals. And then again, for all intents and purposes, it looks like, Orlando's got, even if they lose tonight, they got 2 more chances to win 1 game. And they've been the better team in this series than the Detroit Pistons. And this game ain't even over tonight. Oh, they just blew a layup. Could have got it back to 7 points with 4 minutes to go. They just blew a layup. But so you're telling me it's either the Magic. I guess the Pistons could still win this series. I don't think they're gonna. So Magic, Raptors, or Cavaliers in the conference finals to play the winner of the Knicks and the Celtics. Yeah, whoever wins between the Knicks and the Celtics is going to the finals. And I think the Knicks are going to eliminate the Boston Celtics. And at the expense of being wrong and looking like an idiot in case Philadelphia pulls off a 3-1 comeback, so be it. I think the Celtics will take them out. Probably next game in Philly tomorrow night. But if they do end up needing a Game 7 back at home in Boston, I don't think the Celtics are going to choke this series away. So I'm confident the Knicks will close out the Hawks. And I think we are going to get Knicks Celtics. And I can't wait. And I think the Knicks are going to eliminate the Celtics again. These last 2 games that the Knicks have played against the Atlanta Hawks, winning 114-98 and then 126-97. Those 2 final minute meltdowns that they had in games 2 and games 3, losing each on the final possession because they couldn't even get a shot off. Remember, game 2 was the NBC score bug mishap. You thought the Knicks had a timeout. They didn't have a timeout. I was getting ready to rip Mike Brown a new you-know-what, that he actually didn't have a timeout, but I thought Josh Hart should have probably driven the length of the floor considering he is the best fast break bucket getter, and instead decided to pass it to Mikal Bridges, who I still can't believe the Knicks gave up 5 first-round picks for him. All they had to do was wait, and they could have had Giannis. Nope, 5 first-round picks for Mikal Bridges. Whatever, I digress. It can't change anything now about this postseason. But, he passed it to Mikal Bridges, who gets to his spot, took his mid-range jumper. Look, Bridges actually played pretty well last game, but I still need to see way more from him. Way, 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 way more from Mikal Bridges. Again, he was a plus 11 in the box score last night. He only scored 7 points. He only grabbed 1 rebound. He only had 1 steal. Most nights, he doesn't do anything. He just doesn't. I don't know what happened to him. And this is, again, I'm a Knicks fan, and I think they make it to the NBA Finals, and I'm trashing Mikal Bridges. But, if they could, I don't know. When he plays the Boston Celtics, that's like his Super Bowl. So that for all the trash talking I'm doing about Mikal Bridges, when the Knicks play the Celtics, remember last year? He had the game-winning steal in Game 1, and he had the game-winning block in Game 2. So if Mikal Bridges plays every game in his career against the Boston Celtics, I think the Knicks will be, the Knicks will be fine with him. And maybe I'm just trying to spin zone this thing, but that's how I feel. But the last 2 games, the Knicks have gotten back to being an amazing defensive team. Something that they were known for under Tom Thibodeau, under Tibbs. But that was more so just because their offense wasn't that good. They had to win with defense. That's how they clawed their way out of the dumpster of the NBA, where they were for basically my entire life, the laughing stock of the league. But now the whole point of hiring Mike Brown was so that this team could be a better offense, could win in the postseason with offense and not having to rely on winning 103 to 102 games every single game in the playoffs because it's an unsustainable strategy and playing slow, ISO ball, predictable offense. Jalen Brunson pound the rock into the floor, ball hog basketball because Tibbs just was not innovative enough on offense. And the Knicks do have a better offense. And the Knicks' three-point rate has seen an uptick. The guys off the bench played more this season. The Knicks' passes per possession has gone up. And, think about the Indiana Pacers last year. Remember their run to the finals? You remember their offensive sets? Ball was whipping all around. The ball did not get stuck. And the Knicks are going to have to do that if they end up playing the Celtics in the second round. They're going to have to be incredibly efficient with their passing. But you still have to be an elite defensive team. Look at the OKC Thunder. They're one of the best defensive teams over the last 2 years in terms of their defensive rating that we've seen this century. And the Thunder don't hit a lot of threes, right? They just kill you with great high percentage possessions where they shoot a bunch of twos and they play amazing defense. So the last 2 games, the Knicks have held the Hawks to 98 and 97. And it's because they've made the adjustments. They're doing such a better job fighting through screens, not giving Atlanta open looks from 3, and the Hawks are taking a bunch of contested 3-pointers. They've shut down C.J. McCollum. Jalen Johnson, who I think could be a top 10 player in the NBA next season, could be a first-team All-Pro, definitely could be a second-team All-Pro. This is a guy that averaged this year 23 points, 10 rebounds, and 8 assists. He's a near walking triple-double. And somehow he's still not yet a household name in the NBA. The Knicks have almost completely shut him down. I was so worried that Jalen Johnson was going to turn into a superstar because of this series. And the Knicks have held him to an average of 19 points per game. That's 4 points under his season average. And he's only shooting 43% from the field and 27% from deep. The Knicks haven't taken him out of the series because, again, he's putting up decent numbers, but in the clutch moments, Jalen Johnson is not hurting the Knicks, and that is a massive win. It's a massive win. So they've taken the best player and knocked him down a couple of pegs here. And that's what the Knicks were able to do with Jaylen Brown last year when they played Boston. And, until he tore his Achilles, Jason Tatum did not play that well in the series for the Boston Celtics against the Knicks. So the Knicks have looked like a championship team. And when Jalen Brunson has the night he has last night where he scores 39 freaking points, I was a big vocal critic of Brunson. I was a big vocal critic for the way he played in Game 2, the way he played in Game 3, and even in the win, he wasn't very good in Game 4. But then he reminded us. He reminded you why he's an All-Pro. He reminded you why he's an All-Star. He reminded you why he's one of the most clutch players in the league. 39 points, 8 assists last game. I still believe Jalen Brunson can be the 1A of a championship team. Despite what some morons on TV say otherwise, Jalen Brunson, there is not many players on planet Earth that I'd rather have with the ball in their hands in the final possession. And he failed twice in this series already with the ball in his hands in the final possession. But, like Michael Jordan said, the reason, what's the quote here? I don't want to botch it. But the reason that I'm so great is because I've missed thousands of shots. You're not always going to hit the game winner. You're not always going to hit every single buzzer beater. But the way Jalen Brunson bounced back and played last game, that gives me confidence that the Knicks can get to the NBA Finals. 310-840-4910 is the phone number to join the show. That's 310-840-4910. And then, because I do think it is going to be Knicks Celtics. So if the Philadelphia 76ers are going to pull off a comeback from 3 games to 1 down, they're going to need Joel Embiid to replicate his Game 5 performance. And Embiid is somebody I've been another vocal critic of, and I got, a hater. I'm a hater of Joel Embiid. Again, I ain't going to hide it, and I'm not going to lie. He tried to injure Mitchell Robinson 2 years ago in the playoffs when the Knicks played the 76ers, and he did. And he basically cost Mitchell Robinson half the season next year because of the injury that he stomped on his ankle. Complete dirtbag, dirty play. There's no other way around it. Go back and look it up. Embiid hurts Mitchell Robinson. Playoffs. You'll see it. So I've been a big hater of his for the last 2 years. And when he suffers another bizarre injury before the season ends, when his appendix bursts, you just can't make it up. You couldn't make that up if you tried. I actually gave him some credit. I said he's got to play in Game 4. He's got to show the courage. He's got to return and play in Game 4. He missed the first 3 games in the series. And Philadelphia looked okay. They were hanging in there. They were down 2-1. Embiid comes back for Game 4 on Sunday, and they get absolutely annihilated. He gives them a spark for all of 5 minutes, and then he withers away in the first quarter, and the Celtics were up by 16, and it was over. The series was over already. Or I should say, the game was over. But then Embiid comes back last game. And he looked like prime Joel Embiid. He looked like vintage Joel Embiid. 33 points, 8 assists, 12 for 23 from the field. Missed all the 5 threes that he took. He's 1 for 11 so far, so that's cause for concern that he hasn't been able to get it going from deep. And there's so much rust he has to shake off. I wouldn't expect him to get it going from deep. So the fact that he didn't hit a single 3 and he still put in 33 points and he played 39 minutes and he didn't really wither, his energy stayed consistent as Philadelphia just completely outclassed and dominated the Celtics in the fourth quarter in that game. Here's my kudos to Joel Embiid. Here's my kudos. That was a hell of a performance. I thought Philly was going to get blown out of the building. I thought Embiid was going to wither again. I didn't think he would have had the gas tank. But he was excellent. And he was pretty damn good defensively, too. I mean, it was just, standing in the paint. Philly shut down basically every time Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum tried to get into the paint. But with a couple of times they did, Embiid was there to either alter a shot or force them to kick it outside. But can he do it again in Game 6? Going back home to Philly, where the crowd will be on his side, he should be able to feed off of that. He's got to manage his emotions. He's got to be able to manage the gas tank. He can't, he can't blow his, in the first quarter. And then by the time the second, third quarter rolls around, he's basically jogging out there, and the Celtics are putting him in every single pick and roll, and they're abusing him when he's on the defensive end. That can't happen again like it did in Game 4. But the offense and the lift that he gave the Sixers last game, that is what they need if they want to come back and win this series. I think it's unlikely because I don't think Boston will have another miserable shooting performance. But they've already had 2 of them so far in this series. So not out of the realm of possibilities that they have a third. I think Boston will dictate how Game 6 goes. If they shoot the ball well, I don't know if there's anything Embiid can do other than scoring 50 points to keep this team in it. But can he replicate his Game 5 performance, or was it just a one-off? Will it be just a distant memory, and will Game 6 be a disappointment yet again for Joel Embiid? I don't know. I really don't. I'm not going to make a bold prediction and say that he's going to be terrible in Game 6 and look like an idiot if he does go off. He's definitely capable. He's definitely capable of doing it. But they're going to need him to go off if Philly wants to have any chance of sending this to a Game 7. It's on Joel Embiid. 310-840-4910, phone number to join the show. 310-840-4910. It's gone final. in Detroit. Are the Pistons done, or have they forced a Game 6? We'll get you a final score when we come back, get you caught up on the other playoff games as well. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. You can also hit me up on Twitter at PatBoyle44. We got at SportsGod1 tweeting Homer alert in all caps. I don't know if he's saying home run alert, one of the players that somebody on the crew picked for our Let's Go Streaking game, or if he's calling me a homer because I said the Knicks were going to go to the NBA Finals. Probably that. That's probably that. If I had to guess. That's probably what it is. Carson Bench, 0 for 4. So our guy Zach Kroll in his debut might have one final chance to get a hit out of Carson Bench. In the other games that we had tabbed here, Diamondbacks, Brewers, I had Corbin Carroll. Corbin Carroll is 0 for 3. He's up at the plate right now. He has struck out all 3 times, so that's not great. Brad, though, got Edelmargo Vargas to get another hit. Now extends his hitting streak to 25 straight games going back to last season and 22 straight games here this season. Just an unbelievable streak for the first baseman for Arizona. Edelmargo Vargas. Learn the name. Guy is 34 years old, by the way. 34-year-old Venezuelan. He's been in the big leagues for a long time. So if you don't know his name, I don't blame you, because I didn't really know who Edelmargo Vargas was. You know, he's been in the big league since 2017, and he's bounced around between like 7 different teams already. But all of a sudden, at 34 years old, this guy's playing the best ball of his career. Crazy that streak has continued. But no, yeah, SportsGod1 on Twitter probably calling me a homer because of my love for the New York Knicks. So, that's fair. That's fair. You want to call me a homer? That's fine. When the Knicks are in the finals, we'll see who's a homer then. 310-840-4910. It's gone final in Detroit.
Off the weed.
Duh. Pistons beat the Magic 116-109. Detroit stays alive. That series is now 3-2 in favor of the Magic. It's going back to Orlando for a Game 6, which will be on Friday night. Pistons Magic Game 6 back in Orlando. Look, I mean, Cade Cunningham, they've been asking him to do everything, and doing everything has also hurt him in the fourth quarters. Not tonight. Not tonight. Cade Cunningham finally played a complete game and did everything again, but he was brilliant. I mean, he had a playoff career high 45 points. A 40-burger for Cade Cunningham in 44 minutes. 45 points, 4 rebounds, 5 assists. He did have another 6 turnovers, but look, I mean, the ball is in his hands every single possession. And certain nights, you just cannot stop some of the best players in the league, and that was evident tonight. But he got the help that he needed. Tobias Harris had 23 points. He was awesome. Duncan Robinson hit 3 threes. Jalen Duren finally cracked double-digit scoring. He still needs to do more, but 12 points and 9 rebounds. I just don't understand how he only takes 6 shots. Like, they got to get him more involved in the offense. Otherwise, they will lose Game 6 in Orlando. And I think the Magic do close this thing out. I think this was more of a last stand for Detroit than anything else. You know, how many times have you seen a home team down 3-1 in a series and they win a game by 20 just simply because, like, the team that's on the road knows that they got a Game 6 in their pocket and, you know, all the things go well. Like, Detroit, they nearly blew this game again. You know, the Magic had a couple of open threes to get this to a 1-possession game in the final 2 minutes. Paolo Banchero, 45 points for him in the loss with 9 rebounds and 7 assists. But, you know, even then, on the road, Orlando shot 48% from the field, 45% from deep. Here's what killed them. They went 16 for 30 from the free throw line. Self-inflicted wounds killed the Magic tonight, but I still think they turn around, go back home, and close out the 1-seed Pistons at home in Game 6. All right, 310-840-4910, the phone number to join. When we come back, hot or cold, and the Lightning Habs series got even wilder. That's coming up next on BetMGM Tonight.
The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, or hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Hour number 5, final hour of the show tonight is upon us. Open phone lines for you here to talk anything you'd like. NBA playoffs with the Pistons surviving a late comeback attempt from the Magic. Pistons win game 5, and they force a game 6 back in Orlando. 3-2 lead for the Magic, though. They can knock off the 1 seed for just the 5th time in NBA playoff history where an 8 seed would take down a 1 seed in the first round. Talk anything in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Wild finish between the Lightning and the Canadiens. Talk anything, a little fallout, last-minute fallout from the NFL draft. We could do that as well. Any baseball calls, anything on the table for you. 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text. And if you text in your question or your take, just let us know who you are, what your name is, and where you're from so we can get you featured on the show. Okay. We're going to get to this Lightning and Canadiens game in short order, but let's get you an update on the games going on right now. 5 minutes left to go in Cleveland. High-scoring affair. Cavaliers defense starting to tighten the screws, though. They're trying to pull away after they trailed for most of the second half. They now lead it 118-111 over the Raptors. Again, this series tied 2 games apiece. Huge, pivotal final 5 minutes here in Game 5. Evan Mobley stepping up big in the fourth quarter. He now has 23 points to lead the way. James Harden's got 22 points. Donovan Mitchell with 19. And then for Toronto, RJ Barrett with 23. Scotty Barnes with 17. And how about Jamal Shed off the bench, stepping up for the injured Brandon Ingram? He's got 18. But it's Cleveland who's starting to pull away. You got Rockets and Lakers coming up here in a matter of minutes. Again, no Kevin Durant for Houston, ruled out for the 3rd straight game with a sprained ankle. Austin Reeves is back for the LA Lakers. He is going to be coming off the bench. But I don't think JJ Redick said anything about a minutes restriction. So we'll see just how much Austin Reeves plays in this game tonight, coming back from the oblique strain. He has not played since April 2nd with a grade 2 oblique strain. So first game in 27 days for Austin Reeves. But that's a huge boost just to have his presence back. Still no Luka Doncic, but the Lakers can finish off this series against the Rockets with a win tonight. And then on the ice, Penguins and Flyers going to overtime. No goals in this game. It is scoreless. 60 minutes of goalless hockey. Somebody's got to score a goal to win this game. The next goal will win it, and it'll either be the Flyers going on to the second round, or it'll be the Penguins from 0-3 down. If they score an OT to win it, we will go to a Game 7 in Pittsburgh this weekend, as they will seek to become just the 5th team in Stanley Cup playoff history to complete an 0-3 comeback. Then you got the Mammoth and the Golden Knights in Vegas starting in a matter of moments as well. That's a big Game 5. That series tied at 2-2. Let's get to hot or cold here, though, with producer Brandon Combs. Combs, what's going on, brother? We are getting treated to one hell of a night here in the postseason, both in the NBA and the Stanley Cup.
Yeah, man. Look, there's nothing like playoff sports, especially playoff. I mean, that I had my eye on that Canadiens and Lightning game, and I gotta tell you, man, there was nothing like it. It was just back and forth. Goal in the second period. You had a couple of goals scored, right back and forth with one another. I mean, just fun to watch. And then they were all over the place at the end of that third period, trying to put the puck in the back of the net with the empty net for the Lightning. They had about the puck control for like a minute with just shot after shot on the Montreal net and just could not find the back of the net. Game 6 is going to be fun. I hope this series goes 7, man.
I do too. So how about hot or cold here? The Lightning and Canadiens series is the embodiment of playoff hockey. I guess you're going to go with hot, but if you'd like to expand more upon it, feel free.
I think you have to go hot here, right? Because when you look at this series, like you said, no team has had a 2-goal lead in this entire series at any point, and it's just end-to-end action, and it's physical. They don't like each other. They're hitting each other. They're running into one another all over the ice. The refs are letting everything go. I watched a Canadian defender, like absolutely like headlock, put a headlock on a stick and not let it go in front of the net for like 30 seconds, and it didn't get called. And it's playoff hockey, man. You put the whistle away and you let the guys play and you let it get decided on the ice. I think that this series right here, if you're a casual hockey fan and you watch this series, it'll draw you closer to being a real hockey fan. 110%.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I was watching the final minute and a half, 2 minutes when the Lightning went empty net. They pulled Vasilevsky, had about what felt like 1 billion shots in that time span on Montreal, and they just could not break through. Yeah. Just incredible goaltending from Jakub Dobes to keep them out there and win that game for Montreal. But again, going to this series, it feels like we deserve Game 7. It feels like we deserve overtime in Game 7. The first 3 games went to OT. The last 2 games have been 3-2 score lines. Every game has either been 4-3 or 3-2. And as you said it, not a single lead larger than 1 at any point in this series. How big was the return, by the way, for Brendan Gallagher? Did not play in any of the first 4 games in this series. He was injured, comes back for the Canadiens, and Brendan Gallagher ends up scoring the first goal of this game 3 minutes in. Montreal had done a terrible job of getting traffic in front of Andrei Vasilevsky, one of the best goalies in all of hockey for several years now, and a finalist again for the Vezina Trophy. So they get Brendan Gallagher back. He makes the immediate impact. And now this is a Lightning team that is very familiar here. I mean, for years. Yeah. For years, Combs. I watched this team break the hearts of their opposition, including as an Islanders fan, my New York Islanders, back-to-back years in the conference finals. Games after the Islanders won in overtime, emotional wins. Game 6, they lose in overtime at home to end the season. The next year, they win Game 6 in overtime, go to Game 7, and get shut out by Andrei Vasilevsky and lose at 1-0, despite having several opportunities to score. So I wouldn't be surprised if the Canadiens...
Those Lightning teams were so good. I mean, like you can't even hang your head as an Islander fan for losing to those teams. Like it was like in that run from the Yankees from 98 to 2000, right? Like losing to that team, you didn't hang your head because you're losing to one of the best teams that have ever played the sport. And that's what that Lightning run was. I mean, those Lightning teams were so damn good, man. You can't really, and those Islander teams were really good too. I mean, I get it. You lose the series, but though, I mean, you can't hang your head on those though, right? Like you hang your head on those?
No, but also I hated them for so long. I hated them for so long. And don't get me wrong. Like Vasilevsky's still here. Nikita Kucherov still on this team. Braden Point still on this team. But they have turned over a lot of the roster. Anthony Cirelli still on this team. They have turned around over a lot of the roster though that won those cups. But still, you still got some key members of that core. Can the Canadiens now finish them off at home? Because I think if Montreal has to go back to Amalie Arena, if they got to go back to Tampa Bay for a Game 7, they're not winning this series. So I think now they call it Benchmark International Arena. I always call it Amalie Arena. If they go back to Tampa, I don't think they're winning the series. I think Montreal has to win Game 6.
Well, I picked Montreal to win this series, so I hope that they finish it in 6 because I don't want to see a Game 7 either. But as a fan, without a dog in the fight, other than my pick, I would love to see a Game 7 in this series because it's just been so damn good. I hate when series like this have to end. It was like the World Series last year, right? Like, damn, can we play one more? Can we get another best out of 3 and see this again because it's so good? I'm with you though. I think they do if they're going to win this series. I think that they have to win it in 6. I'm with you.
Yeah. I'm glad that you're with me. Because I picked the Lightning to get to the Cup, and I'd like my prediction to be right. Even though I guess it's a win-win for me. The Lightning get sent out in the first round. As an Islander fan, I still have holding a very long grudge because I feel like the Islanders would have won, if not won, both of those Stanley Cups in the years that the Lightning denied them. But if they win, then my prediction looks like it's got a pretty good chance of coming true, or at least gets closer to coming true. All right, let's move on. Pistons were down 3-1 in their series. They win tonight against the Magic. Cade Cunningham, playoff career high, 45 points. Paolo Banchero for Orlando also had a career playoff high, 45 points in the loss. They were down 3-1. It's now 3-2. Nuggets were down 3-1. That's now 3-2. Game 6 tomorrow night in Minnesota. Still no Anthony Edwards and Dante DiVincenzo with the torn Achilles. So Combs, hot or cold, Pistons and the Nuggets both come from 1-3 down, now down 2-3 to win their series. Both the Pistons and the Nuggets.
I'm cold on this twice. I think both of these teams lose. I think Minnesota.
Oh
finds
wow,
a
you
way
think Denver goes down too?
Yeah, I think. Look, I mean, they're down 3-1. Minnesota. Look, really tough sledding with these injuries that they have. When you lose DiVincenzo, you lose Anthony Edwards. Like it's tough to stomach that. I think they can rally it though and win one game, and I think it might be this next game. They got to win it now. It can't go 7. They go 7, they're done. The Magic, I think they can win one of the. I don't even think the Magic have to win Game 6. I think all of the pressure is on the Pistons in that series. I think the Magic are definitely winning that series, but I also think that the Timberwolves can beat the Nuggets in Game 6.
I think the Nuggets come back and win it. Because I do think that as poorly as they played, and look, again, Game 4 was when Anthony Edwards and DiVincenzo both got hurt, both in the first half, and then Minnesota outscored Denver by 20 in the second half without those guys. I understand that. I think the Nuggets will find a way to win Game 6 in Minnesota. I think you'll get either a vintage Jokic or a vintage Murray performance. I think one of those guys will score 40 in Game 6 tomorrow night, and then they'll win Game 7 in Denver. And they don't deserve to. Like, Minnesota deserves to win that series, and it's just unfortunate that Ant-Man and DiVincenzo both got hurt. And, DiVincenzo torn Achilles. He's done no matter what, but at least Anthony Edwards has a chance of coming back next series if Minnesota wins. He's not coming back in this series. Hyperextended left knee. I think that's going to be ultimately, that was the gift that Denver really needed. I do agree with you, though. I think Detroit's done. I think Orlando could end up winning a Game 7 on the road, but I think they close them out in Game 6. So I'm cold as well, but half cold. I think the Nuggets come back to win. I think the Pistons are cooked.
Interesting. That Nuggets one is the one. If one of them's going to win, it's going to be them. But we saw it with San Antonio, right? When Wemby went down, they end up losing that game because they're shell shocked because they just lost Wemby, and they end up blowing that game, and then they come back and win Game 3. So it's just, you look, this league, especially this league, this NBA, man, it just takes one good shooting night, one guy to step up and have that night, and it could change things. So I think Minnesota can do it. All right, let's move on here. Let's talk about something we were talking about. We had Mary Kay Cabot on tonight. You and Brad were arguing about it in the open. I was pulling my hair out behind the scenes. You couldn't see me. But Deshaun Watson is the right choice for QB1 in Cleveland. I know you're cold on this, but tell me why.
Yeah, cold, because he stinks. I think he just flat out stinks at this point in his career. Just because he's the older veteran choice doesn't mean that he is an injury waiting to happen again. Doesn't mean that he's not still a terrible leader. And doesn't mean that, again, all the off-the-field sexual assault allegations from years ago, I think look, you could say, well, well, Pat, they never found guilty and all this and all that. I don't give a damn. Like that stuff like that, I think changed him. I think it helped break him. Like he's not, and probably deservedly so. Like I just don't think he will ever be the quarterback he once was with the Houston Texans. I don't. And I think that's been evident by his play on the field. Even when he was able to stay healthy, he's been one of the worst quarterbacks in football. Like literally, statistically, like out of 48 quarterbacks that have taken at least, 500 dropbacks since 2000, since he joined the Cleveland Browns. Deshaun Watson is like 47 out of 48 on like every single metric, advanced metric, all that stuff. So he's been terrible when he's played. He's barely been available. The shoulder injury, then the double torn Achilles, the same Achilles he retore while rehabbing. And so, yeah, you could say, oh, well, now it's Todd Monken, different offense. Cleveland's got better weapons. I mean, do they? We'll find out. Jerry Jeudy had his best season 2 years ago. Took a step back last year. Casey Concepcion and Denzel Boston, I like the draft picks, but those are two very unproven rookies. You got an offensive line that you've essentially flipped all the way over from last season. You lost your entire starting line. You made some trades in the offseason. You signed some guys. You drafted 2 tackles. I like the Fano drafting from Utah. Quinshon Judkins, great rookie season. Then he had that gruesome ankle injury. Who's to say he's going to be the same in year 2? So on paper, you could say the Browns have a lot of talent. They have a lot of weapons. But Deshaun Watson he just flat out stinks. Like, I don't know. There's not much else to say. I just don't think he's very good. And I think there's a big question mark around the talent that's around him, to the point where you should just have Shedeur Sanders be the quarterback. You drafted 2 of them last year. It should be Shedeur. And if Shedeur don't have it, you should go to Dylan Gabriel. Like, they're just wasting their time with Deshaun Watson. The only reason he's still on the freaking roster is because they gave him $230 million fully guaranteed.
So you're cold and you just laid out all the reasons why. And I'm hot on this. And it's for all the same reasons why. You throw all of that out there. Arch Manning, Dante Moore, Julian Sand, Lenora Sellers, CJ Carr, Sam Levitt. That one of those guys is the quarterback of the future for the Cleveland Browns. And they already know it's not Shedeur Sanders, and they know it's not Dylan Gabriel. And they know Deshaun Watson is not the same Deshaun Watson he was when he was drafted. Look, there was a time where I thought Deshaun Watson was going to be one of the best quarterbacks that has ever come out of college. And I thought that Deshaun Watson was going to change the game. I thought at one point I said Deshaun Watson was going to be everything that we thought Michael Vick was. And I really, really wanted this kid to succeed. And he's not that anymore. And he's not very good. But that's what the Browns want. That's why he is the best quarterback for the Cleveland Browns, because he is the best quarterback to put them in a position to get a top 5 pick to draft their quarterback of the future. And look, to be honest with you, you could probably do the same thing with Shedeur Sanders. You could certainly do the same thing with Dylan Gabriel. I don't think it matters who you put in there. I think they're going to get a top 5 pick no matter what. But you damn near guarantee it with Deshaun Watson under center.
So you went with the old rope-a-dope there. The old rope-a-dope from Combs. You want Deshaun Watson to start because you think he's going to be terrible, just like me and Brad think he's going to be terrible. But it's because that guarantees the Browns will get a, top 5 draft pick, and then they can have their pick of the litter of whoever they want for the most part next year in a loaded quarterback class. I see you, Combs.
And the way that they did it this year, Pat, I mean, look, all the flack that we give the Browns, right, and all the flack that we give this franchise and for how bad they've been and always getting it wrong, they killed it in this draft. Like, this was a really good draft for the Cleveland Browns, and I have a feeling that they'll do it again next year. And this time, maybe they get the quarterback right. And how good would this league be if all of a sudden the Cleveland Browns are contenders? How fun would that be to watch the Cleveland Browns run the AFC North for the next 3 to 4, 5, 6 years? We would love it. Love every minute of it. Tell me you wouldn't.
You'd love for the Cleveland Browns to run the division?
Come on. That fan base doesn't deserve a winner, Pat.
You got an iconic fan bases with the Steelers and the Ravens. I like when there's parity. I like when I know. All right, let's say the Browns have been to the playoffs twice in the last couple of years. I think both times were as a wild card team with Baker and then with Flacco coming off the couch. Like, they had a magical season that you could never
But
replicate.
let's have legit chance, though. I'm talking about legit contenders. I'm talking about a team that can make a run in the playoffs, a team where you actually have hope when they get into the playoffs. You didn't have that with the Cleveland Browns before, even when they got into playoffs with Baker. Like, I thought Baker was good. I thought Baker got a raw deal in Cleveland. But that Cleveland team, you didn't believe. The last time you believed in a Cleveland Browns team was probably in 1992. That's probably the last time you believed in a Cleveland Browns team. Way back when, I can't even name the quarterback back then. Names on the tip of my tongue. But that team, not very good. And
Bernie
to watch
Kosar?
that franchise, Bernie Kosar, there you go. Watching that team and watching that fan base be able to celebrate something and have some hope. Am I rooting for them to win a Super Bowl? No, because I'm a Bears fan. I'm rooting for the Bears to win a Super Bowl. But to watch that fan base get something that they deserve, absolutely. That's why I root so hard for the Pirates and the Reds in baseball. Even though I'm a Cubs fan, I would love to see those teams do well and be successful.
No way.
Those fan bases
you say that
it.
now because you're not threatened by the Pirates. If the Pirates have a 3-game lead on the Cubs in September, you'd be the biggest Pirates hater.
Yeah, I would want the Cubs to beat them then, yes. But it would be good for baseball because you watch the Pirates and the Reds, you watch that fan base and what they deserve. They've been through hell in Cincinnati and Pittsburgh over the last 30 years. So, no, I'm a lot different when it comes to that. But I do love my team. I always want my team to win. But I'm happy for fan bases like that when they get a chance to do stuff like that. When Cincinnati and Pittsburgh or the Cleveland Browns get a chance to win, I think it would be great.
Okay. All right, Combs. Whatever you say.
I'm not an
hard
elitist
for the
like you,
Cleveland
so I
Browns.
root for the underdog,
What'd you say? You're not a what like me?
I'm not an elitist like you. I root for the underdog.
Please, the Knicks have been underdogs for like 2 decades. Give me a break. 310-840-4910. All right, it's gone final in Cleveland. Who won the pivotal Game 5 between the Cavs and the Raptors? I'll give you my instant reaction analysis when we come back. We'll do some more hot or cold as well. Get you an update. Flyers, Penguins still scoreless in OT, and the Rockets, Lakers have just tipped it off. 310-840-4910. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Let's get you an update on the games going on, and I'll give you my instant post-game thoughts on Cavaliers-Raptors. It's midway through the first quarter in Los Angeles. Game 5 between the Lakers and the Rockets. Lakers trying to close out the series and move on to the second round to take on the defending champion Oklahoma City Thunder. Austin Reeves back playing for the first time since April 2nd, returning from the grade 2 oblique strain, starting the game on the bench, so he hasn't gotten in yet. And Marcus Smart is carrying the Lakers here in the first couple of minutes. He's got 8 points, hasn't missed a shot. He's hit a couple of threes. He's hit both free throws. He's got 8 points. DeAndre Ayton, I never thought I'd say this. DeAndre Ayton is like having close to a dominant impact in this series. Off to a great start again. 4 points, 5 rebounds. And last game, game 4, when the Lakers were trying to sweep, DeAndre Ayton had 19 points and 10 rebounds in 25 minutes before he got ejected from the game for elbowing, who was it, Alperen Şengün in the head? I forget who it was, but he elbowed somebody from the Rockets in the head, and they throw him out of the game. Meanwhile, for Houston, Jabari Smith Jr.'s got 5 points. And Tari Eason and Alperen Şengün each have a bucket. No points for Amen Thompson, no points for Reed Shepherd. Kevin Durant out again for the third straight game with a sprained ankle. All right, let's go to the ice. 2 games going on right now. Penguins and the Flyers. It's 9 minutes into overtime, so we have played 69 minutes of hockey in this game, and we've yet to get a goal. Still scoreless. If the Flyers put the puck in the back of the net, Sidney Crosby, Evgeny Malkin, and the Pittsburgh Penguins season is over. If the Penguins can score from 0-3 down, they'll tie the series at 3 and force a Game 7. What a finish we are set up for. I've got my eye on that game in the multi-view. Still scoreless halfway through the first overtime period. And then there's 6 minutes into the game in Vegas. Golden Knights and Mammoth are scoreless in a massive Game 5. That series tied at 2 games apiece. 310-840-4910. Before I give you my instant post-game thoughts on the Magic and the Pistons, let's actually get to the phone lines here because we got some phone calls coming in. Let's go to Terry, who's in Canada, next up on line 1 here on BetMGM Tonight. Terry, go ahead. What's going on? Terry, are you there?
Terry hung up.
All right, Terry hung up. And on the call screener, it said he wanted to ask me who I have winning the Kentucky Derby. Combs, or do you watch horse racing? Because I couldn't tell you a single horse in the Kentucky Derby coming up in a month from now.
I could tell you that I have no clue, but if you continue to listen to the show, I promise you we will have somebody on that can tell you who is going to win the Kentucky Derby, including maybe a guy named Eddie Olczyk.
Ooh, okay. Okay, I see Renegade is a heavy favorite to win the Kentucky Derby at 4-1. Commandment, one of the other favors. Chief Wallaby, Further Ado. Those seem to be the top 4 horses. When is the Kentucky Derby, by the way?
I believe it's next Saturday.
It's this Saturday. Oh, wow. Kentucky Derby this Saturday. Okay, I was going to say, why the hell do we have somebody calling in about the Kentucky Derby? But, okay, this Saturday. How about that? Again, not a big horse racing fan. Feels like it's an all-day event, and then the race lasts 2 minutes. Okay. And I'm never, it's cool. Anyway.
You don't do anything for the Derby?
What'd you say? Do I do anything for it?
Yeah, you don't do anything for the Derby?
No. What am I going to do? What do you want me to do? Go outside and gallop around outside like I'm a horse? You want me to start wee-snawing?
Well, no, but I mean, it's one of the biggest betting days of the year. I mean, me and a couple of my buddies, I don't watch horse racing either, but me and a couple of my buddies, we get together, we play poker, then we go over to the track, and we'll place a bunch of bets. They have a huge Derby thing going on. So we'll go there, we'll have some drinks, we'll go to the track, we'll play some bets, we'll scream our heads off for a couple of horses for 2 minutes, and then we'll go back and we'll play some more poker.
You go to the Kentucky Derby?
No. There's a track that is over here in Chicago that used to host horse racing, but now they have a Derby event. So we go to that Derby event. It's actually a lot of fun.
So you go to a different racetrack.
Yep.
To watch the Kentucky Derby on TV.
Correct.
Why not just watch it from the comfort of your own home or a bar?
Because, Pat, then you're not surrounded by 400 or 500 other people that are doing the same thing, screaming with their bets placed and listening to people cheer. And it's the atmosphere, buddy. It's the atmosphere. You would have a blast with us, Pat.
You even said it yourself. You don't watch a lick of horse racing, and yet you're going to put money down on something you never watch.
Yeah. Because you put money down. One, you put money down on a number. Then you put money down on a horse's name because you go off of a gut feeling. Do you know how much money I've won in the Kentucky Derby without knowing a lick of horse racing? A lot of money, Pat. A lot of money. 2 years ago, I took in over $1,000 just because I went off of horses' names and numbers.
Oh, I'd say that's probably more luck than anything else.
Yes, of course it's more luck than anything else. What? It's horse racing.
Look, why not just, I don't know, go down to a local dog park and put $5 on which dog you think is going to get the tennis ball that gets thrown by somebody's owner.
Pat, if there was a way to do that, if I had a buddy that would do that with me, like if I moved to Philadelphia, Pat, we can go to the dog park. We can throw around a tennis ball and play some wagers.
You got issues. Let's move on. Let's get to the phones. 310-840-4910. Let's get to Ross in Jersey. Wants to talk Stanley Cup playoffs next up on BetMGM tonight. Ross, what's up, brother?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Hey, real quick, with the Kentucky Derby, my favorite's actually the 18 horse from Schenectady, if any of you guys know that Francesa bit. But anyway, guys.
Mike, what about the horse from Schenectady?
Yeah, when you get back from Laws, call us, okay? But hey, listen.
That's an inside joke that only people that know Mike Francesa and even like that's old classic hits of Mike Francesa would get that one, Ross. But you knew I would know it, so I appreciate you. What's going on, dude?
Yeah, man, these playoffs have been wild. So officially now with this Flyers-Penguins game being in overtime, you've had a game in every series require extra hockey, and you got to go back. It's only a couple of years, but 2023. We saw that same thing, and that wound up being a heck of a second round. The furthest thing for Blue Bloods, that's when you had Florida pre-back-to-back. Edmonton hadn't really hit that much of a scene yet. Toronto snapped a 20-plus year drought of winning a first-round matchup. And now, a couple years later, we've seen every series have at least one game go to OT, this Penguins game being the last one, the series. But overall, just this series I want to highlight, and I think it was the last time I talked to you guys about the hockey, was this Oilers-Ducks series, man. I know 3-1. They looked defeated last night. They came out slow at the gates, and I'm talking about Anaheim, obviously. I have them as my cup-winning pick, and it kind of went against, my belief about how you play going into the playoffs. I heard you guys had Sean Rourke on before, that them losing 9 of their last 11 to cap off the regular season. But I think when you got a team as youthful, as fast as they are, with the coach they have at Joe Quenneville behind their bench, I mean, that series has been on steroids. I think last night was the first time the over didn't cash, at least on a 6.5 line, because I think one game they even set at 7.5 on even money. But also at the end of the day, like, you look at how stacked the Central is compared to the Pacific. Like, you got Minnesota, albeit even up 3-2 in their series, and that series have been a dogfight too. But playing on the road, Minnesota would have won that Pacific Division in like February. That's how lopsided the two divisions are. So when I look at how the West plays out, I think obviously Anaheim's going to win one of these next two, get past Edmonton first. But I think even considering against Vegas and Utah too, I think there's a good shot, whoever it may be, that the Pacific represents the Western Conference no matter what, because I think whoever's going to come out of that Colorado, Dallas, Minnesota trifecta is going to be so battle tested. Because you got to think, even though Colorado made quick work of LA, that Dallas, Minnesota series is at the very least going to go 6. I think it goes 7. And then you also got Colorado, who's kind of been sitting, with their feet kicked up the last couple of days. So you're going to get a Pacific team no matter who it is. I think it's going to be Anaheim, but no matter who comes out of that 4th spot is going to get a Central team that was just eating away at either if it's Dallas or Minnesota, whoever had to take on Colorado in the second round. And I think that's going to be a layup for whoever comes out of the Pacific.
Why do you think it's going to be a layup? I mean, what if the Avalanche end up beating the Stars or the Wild in like 5 games, and then they're as rested and as fresh as you could possibly be, and that President's Trophy curse potentially be damned here, Ross. They've been a freaking wagon all damn year. Only team to score more than 300, and they almost gave up less than 200. They're the number 1 offense, number 1 defense. They had a goal differential of plus 100. You think anybody in the Central could take them down? And obviously, you think the Ducks can.
I think this is cliche. I think anybody still alive could. I think the Pacific, because whoever wins that Stars Minnesota series, and there's some legitimacy to that President's Trophy curse, bro. And I get it's like all bells and whistles and whatnot, but back-to-back for Florida, they had won the President's Trophy with Joel Quenneville behind their bench before he had to step down. And that was when they got swept by Tampa in the second round. I forgot who they beat in the first round. And then they got swept by Tampa, having home ice throughout. And then even my Rangers in 2024, they went the furthest anybody's gone since Chicago last won the Cup as a President's Trophy winner in 2013. I don't know, man. Obviously, look, on paper, Colorado's stacked. They were already stacked, and then they brought in Nazem Kadri at the deadline, was a big part of their Cup in 22. But I don't know, man. I just think when you look at that Central, it's just such a fight to the death. I mean, Minnesota, as the 3 seed, was like one of the first couple teams to clinch, and it looks like they got Dallas on the ropes. I mean, I think Dallas lost that series at Game 4, and I put big money on Dallas to win that series, and when they had Minnesota on the ropes, they could have went up 3-1, and they kind of kicked their feet back and let them back into the game, went to OT, and then Minnesota won it. I think Minnesota won the series right there. So that'll be a heck of a series. And if you don't think that series, which I'm saying I think is going to be Colorado-Minnesota now, if you don't think that's going at least 6, I think you're nuts. And then I just think at that point, if I got Anaheim and let's say Vegas moving on, I don't think that series is going to be close to as competitive. So I think whoever wins at Colorado-Minnesota is going to limp into that 3rd round, and the Pacific team is going to have their way with them.
Well, you just picked the Ducks because you're as a Rangers fan, you think that Chris Kreider and Jacob Trouba are going to win a cup the second they get away from the Madison Square Garden.
It's meant to be, bro. It's and in the East, I got Montreal. Wouldn't it make more sense? You got Jeff Gorton and Marty St. Louis in that front office. So it's just a complete, one giant, bleep you to us Ranger fans in terms of that Stanley Cup final if it were to happen, bro. It's a rite of passage.
Yeah. By the way, Ross, I forget. Did you graduate college yet, or are you still in college?
I'm about to finish my freshman year.
Oh, you didn't even finish your freshman year. So you can't even legally have a beer yet, dude.
No. I'm technically not allowed to, be a legal customer of the sponsor of this show either. But
oh, yeah, we'll forget that you just said
that. But anyway, man, just real quick. Yeah, I think at the end of the day, I think you look at the parity with this tournament, with this playoff structure. It reminds me a lot of 23. Florida hadn't really made this, hit the scene like that. I forgot that was the year Vegas won the Cup. And you look at a Vegas team that had been a perennial playoff team at that point, but never got over the hump, and they were able to do it that year. So I kind of look at now a couple years later, Anaheim really reminds me of that team of destiny, bro. And like I said before, like when you guys had Sean Rourke on too, it kind of feels like that team that, got cold when not that it didn't not matter because it was in a home stretch, and especially that Western Conference, how tight it was, like LA, and there were like 4 other teams like separated by 2 points with them. But I think they saved their best hockey for playoff time, bro. And they're kind of one of the, I always hate the term house money because you never know when you'll get back. We just talked about me being a Ranger fan. Just ask me with the kids line and all that. We never truly did get back. But I think if there ever was an element of house money, they got it, bro. They got the mix of the young core, the veterans, the all-time historic head coach. I don't think they really have many weaknesses to their game, bro. And
Well, Ross, I got to run to break here, brother, but I know you tweeted at me in Costos.
No
I know
problem.
you're
Appreciate
all
it.
excited about the Ducks. You better hope they close out Edmonton first before you think about them getting to the Cup. But, brother, good to talk to you as always. Phone number to join the
Thank you, man.
show, 310-840-4910. Final segment when we come back. We'll get your phone calls, we'll get your texts, and we'll get your tweets. You can tweet me at PatBoyle44, but I'll give you my post-game analysis from the Cavaliers and the Raptors. What a game that was. Just ended a couple of minutes ago, and somebody is now on the brink of elimination. Plus, Penguins Flyers still in OT. Maybe we have a game winner when we come back. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Zach. All good. Thank you, brother. You see this text? I think that's the same guy that said that he had the voice for writing. Was that your girl who just screamed?
I can't believe you heard that.
Yes. I thought Philly just won. I had to look up. I can't believe they missed that open net. Yeah. That's awesome.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join, 310-840-4910. All right, we got a couple of games that just went final here in hockey in the Stanley Cup playoffs. The Philadelphia Flyers avoid the collapse. They were up 3-0. They were a goal away, giving up a goal away from going to a Game 7 after the Penguins won Game 4, won Game 5. But just moments ago, the Flyers with Cam York netting the game winner 17 and a half minutes into overtime. We went 77 and a half minutes without a goal. Cam York, though, there was plenty of traffic in front, throws one on net. It squeaks through. The Flyers beat the Penguins 1-0 in overtime. They win the series 4-2. And the Flyers, who again had less than a 4% chance to make the playoffs coming out of the All-Star/Olympics break, are now in the second round of the postseason as they eliminate Sidney Crosby, Evgeny Malkin, and the Pittsburgh Penguins. The Flyers are moving on to the second round to play the wagon that is the Carolina Hurricanes. So that is going to be a heck of a series. My early prediction would actually, before the postseason began, my prediction was that the Flyers would actually get to the conference finals, knock off the Penguins, and then upset the Hurricanes. I don't know if I feel the same way now, but I mean, screw it. It's hockey. Anything can happen. Why not? That was my prediction before the postseason began. My girlfriend was going nuts downstairs, by the way, right before we came back from break. Producer Brandon Combs goes, "Is that your girlfriend?" I was like, "Yeah." I was like, she's going freaking nuts. They almost scored a minute before they actually did score. And she's, yelling out expletive after expletive. I was like, well, I've heard that being shouted before. I almost ran downstairs and said, "Who's in this apartment?" I joke. But yeah, look, I mean, I would have loved to see the Flyers collapse. Don't get me wrong. I hate Philly sports. I hate it. I would have loved to see them collapse. But they're into the second round to play the Hurricanes. So that leaves one live game in action right now. Late first period, Mammoth and the Golden Knights still scoreless in Game 5. That series tied up at 2 games apiece. All right. Quick update here. End of the first quarter. Lakers lead the Rockets 28-21. Austin Reeves and his return off the bench. 8 points in just 6 minutes. LeBron's got 4 points and 3 assists. Houston's going to have to step up that offense. Otherwise, their season ends tonight. Well, we got about 2 minutes left to go. And so it went final a couple of moments ago in Cleveland. The Cavaliers hold on, and they beat the Raptors 125-120. Cleveland undefeated at home in this series, and they take a 3-2 series lead. Toronto had the lead for most of the third quarter and early fourth quarter, but they could not hold on despite a tremendous shooting performance. Their season is now on the line. They haven't lost at home yet either. It feels like home team will not lose. I'll say this much. I'll make a bold prediction. If the Raptors win Game 6, they're going to win Game 7 in Cleveland, because you know what that would be? That would be an elimination game for a James Harden-led team. And I will be here for the cinema. I will be here for the James Harden disaster class if the Raptors can force a Game 7. But for tonight, James Harden was great. 23 points, 7 of 13 shooting, 9 rebounds, 5 assists. He did turn the ball over 6 times. He's turned it over, I think, 6 times in every game so far. But Evan Mobley finally stepped up after he was kind of underperforming in this series. He had 23 points and 9 rebounds, and he had 3 blocks. His defense was sorely needed in this game. And even though Toronto put up a $120, Evan Mobley had some great individual defensive plays. And how about Dennis Schroeder, a veteran that just continues to deliver every postseason, 19 points. So the Cavs win. They're up 3-2. Fun show. Thanks to everybody that called in. Thanks to Mary Kay Cabot. Thanks to Sean Rourke. Thanks to everybody working on the show. Zach Kroll, Max Sheedy, Chloe Pratt, Combs, Monty, and my co-host Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. We'll see you tomorrow on BetMGM Tonight.